Over. Welcome back to Legalese 123, where we are covering cases across America. Hello and welcome to Legalese 123. I'm your host, Missy K. I bring you law cases. Right now, today, I'm floating. Make myself a little bit bigger. I got a new setup on the tickety talk. All right, so we're waiting for everybody to come on in and join us. Welcome. I don't have a welcome song. Oh, hello, everybody, and welcome in. Today is the 5th of the August. It is Wednesday. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome. I got a couple of new things going on. As you can see, I'm trying to figure it out. Hello and welcome, everybody. Hi, Tom. Hi, Susie Q. Welcome. If you don't know who I am, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases that you didn't know you knew about, or some you did. This week and or in the next upcoming weeks, we're talking about the Lindsay Clancy case. It's a case out of Massachusetts. A mom is accused of unaliving her 3 children, but is it insanity or was it intentional? The prosecution claims that she did it intentionally. She was of sound mind and body and did it. And her defense team claims that she had a postpartum psychosis, that she was overtired and overmedicated. We are on day 7 of this trial. Again, it's happening in Plymouth, Massachusetts. So if you're just joining me, welcome. If you know about this case, please make a 1 in the chat if you know about this case. If not, put a 2 in the chat. And if you're just finding me, welcome in. Tell me where you're coming from. What state do you hail from? You don't have to give the city, but if you do, that'd be even better. But just tell me where you're coming in from. And if you've been joining me, welcome. I got a new setup. And one of my lovely followers made a new setup for me. I feel like I'm a floating head, but we're working on it. This is a work in progress. So, welcome. You're not missing anything. Court has just started. We're just waiting for everybody to come in and tuck in and get settled, and then court will begin. You know, I do have a gavel around here somewhere, but we're working on making some progress and everything. Hello, Kimberly. Good morning, Kimberly. How are you? There's something going on with my screen today. I don't know why. I look strange, but we're just going to roll with it. We're just going to roll with it today and roll with it. All right, before we begin, I have a couple of announcements that I need to express. So, as some of you may know, oh, hello, Sweaty and Annoyed from New Jersey. Yeah, let me know where you're coming in from. Oh, Utah. Oh, tell me if you're coming in from Utah, Nana. Nana, do you know about the Corey Richins case? You can let me know. Let's see. Hello, everybody. Hi. As you see, look, I got a new setup. What do you guys think of my new setup? Look at my new setup. Isn't that cool? I know you can't see me. If I move back, you can see me a little bit better, but we're working on it. I'm sorry. I'm going to be like a floating head today. Hello, everybody, and welcome in. Hello, Cat Bow. What kind of name is that? Rebecca Rose. I know. Do you like it? Blanca, I think you might know who did it. Just FYI. You guys are so encouraging. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you so much. Oh, hello, Elizabeth. Yep. Elizabeth wants to see the evidence. I got you. Yep. We're just waiting for everybody to come in and then we'll start. So I know we're a little bit behind, but you want to be with me and I want to be with you. So don't worry, we'll stop yappy trapping here in just a minute and we'll get right into it. I do have to, yes, she's great at designing things, isn't she? Look at this. I'm so loved. Those of you who are on the other two places, I got a new setup on the clock app, just FYI. So if you want to hop over there sometime later on just to see what I look like, I got a new setup. Anyways, all right. So as you may or may not know, there's been some disturbing news last night. Let me know in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you know about Perez Hilton last night. And if you don't, put a 2 so I'll go into it if you don't know. If you know, then you know, and then we'll go there. Okay, so a couple of people know, 2 doesn't know. Okay. All right. How about you guys over here? Do you guys know? So Perez Hilton took to the clock app, as you know what the clock app is, and he had a psychosis. And it's very fitting for what we're talking about in this trial. He had a psychosis last night, and he was doing some stuff that would harm him live on TikTok. I am not making this up. There were many content creators who were very, very worried about his well-being and his for him, his children, and the mother of the children. Apparently the mother and the children were not there, and authorities were called and rescued him, picked him up, took care of him. So he is safe. He's safe. And we're hoping that he gets the help that he needs. Why is this important? Because remember, in this case, it is stated that she had a postpartum psychosis. And we're like, how is that possible? How is that possible? Well, here's a well-known person who had a psychosis, and how did that go? All right. If you are joining me and you have not already, please do the likies, the subscribies on the clock app. Please do the follow and tap, tappity tap. We are working on some new things for everyone. So every day I am working on improving my stuff for you, bringing you things that you like, talking about topics that you like, etc. So please do the thingies to push the content out so that more people can join our community. All right, enough said. I'm going to go ahead and stop talking and bring this up. And just remember, please go ahead and put your comments in the chat. And when we get a break, we will talk about things. Also, remember, today is a short court date. They're going from, well, they were supposed to start at 9, which we know they didn't. So 9 to 1 o'clock. If we have a moment in between to chat, we will. If not, I thought we would just kind of let's get through the court. And if something comes up, we'll pause. If not, then we'll kind of go through but you can go ahead and write your questions and I'll go back. We'll go back. And if not, you just write your question again and we'll hit it again. Thank you so much for joining. Please follow, like, and subscribe. All right. I am going to zoom us to get us to the point. If you cannot hear anything, please let me know. Okay, we gotta do the hear ye, hear ye.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Plymouth Superior Court, now sitting within for the Commonwealth. On the 8 of your attendance, we shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning again. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions again, and then go over the schedule. Forget we are not, or you are not, sitting this afternoon. Okay, and that's not going to change. So you can count on that. So let me ask you that at this point, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Great. Thank you again for following those instructions. And what we're going to do is we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And like I said, we are not going to be, you're not going to be sitting this afternoon. The plan, and I'll double check when we get to that point, would be to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock and pretty much relatively full day tomorrow and probably Friday as well. But I'll double check as we go through that. All right. And I'll let you know as soon as I can if there's any changes to that schedule. So with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness. Commonwealth.
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Etan Negri.
All right. Everybody on TikTok, every time you see her bow, I need a tap, 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 tap. I need at least 20 taps for her bow. She's got a white one today, all right? All right, here we are. We have witness number 40, and this person's name sounds very familiar to me. Let me know in the chat if you know him. Oh, her bow is bad today. You don't like her bow? Well, let's tap, tap, tap for a bad bow. It's a different color. It's white today. This guy's name sounds familiar. I'm not sure where I heard his name before. Let me know in the chat if you know who he is.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now having reached the Commonwealth and the checking the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I just ask you to speak into that microphone.
Sure.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Etan. Last name is Negri.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
Eitan.
And your last name?
Negri.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a physician associate, physician assistant.
And did you go to school for that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I did my undergraduate at City College in New York, and I did a post-bac at Brooklyn College, followed by a PA program at Torrey University in Manhattan.
And do you currently work as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And do you currently work in the state of Massachusetts?
No, ma'am.
Are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
New York State.
I'm going to go back to January of 2023. Were you working in Massachusetts then?
Yes.
And where were you working?
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And were you in that same role as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And what were you doing? What were your general duties in that role working at Brigham and Women's?
Generally, you assess a patient, you diagnose, you formulate a plan with an attending physician, and you execute that plan throughout the day. It encompasses various things.
Were you working in any particular department at Brigham and Women's back in January of 2023?
the trauma burn surgical ICU.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that came into the Brigham and Women's Hospital on January 24th of 2023. That patient was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall encountering this patient on January 25th of 2023?
Yes.
And what did you do as it pertained to the care and treatment of this patient?
I received the information from the shift before me, formulated a plan, examined her, assessed her, staffed that plan with the attending physician, and executed that plan throughout the day.
And fair to say this particular patient had injuries that you were directed to observe, review, form that plan on.
Correct.
What were the injuries?
She had multiple injuries. The most acute were injuries that were requiring consultation with other services, and the ones that I directly managed were the lacerations to her wrists and her just her wrists, actually.
And as far as when you say she had other acute injuries, you were not involved in the care of her for those, correct?
I was involved in the care that involved consulting other services to manage those things, yes.
Okay, and as far as any sort of repair work that you were doing as a physician's assistant working with the trauma surgeons, what repair work were you assigned to do?
Laceration repair.
And on this particular patient, where were the injuries or lacerations that you were going to repair?
She had multiple lacerations on both of her wrists. She had superficial on her neck, which I did not repair.
Okay. And as it pertained to the wrists, did you go through that process of observing, reviewing, coming up with a plan, and then repairing those injuries?
Yes.
And were you directed to do that by any particular doctor?
Not necessarily directed. A lot of those things fall within my scope, and since they were less acute, they kind of fell down the chain to me.
Okay. And you're aware that she was being seen and treated by a host of other doctors, nurses, an entire team?
Yes.
As it pertains to the wrist injuries, what did you do to examine those areas?
The first thing I do is assess the location, then I assess the severity, whether it requires intervention by someone other than myself. In this instance, it did not. So then I proceed with just kind of protocol laceration repair.
When would it be a situation where you'd need somebody else to intervene?
If it required surgical intervention or suturing repair beyond my skill set, in this instance, it did not.
Okay. And so referring to these particular injuries, when you observed them, did you observe any areas of active bleeding?
No.
And fair to say they had been treated by nurses and other staff prior to you encountering these injuries, correct?
Yes, they were dressed and covered before I got there.
Now, when you assessed them, you noted that they were bilateral, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means on both sides of the body, so both wrists.
Okay. And so referring to the right wrist, what were your observations of the injuries to the right wrist?
The right wrist, as far as my reference to the note, is that she had a few lacerations, one of which was severe and deep enough to require repair.
And fair to say that that right wrist injury was the one that you repaired was 3 centimeters deep.
Approximately, if that's what my note says, then that's what it was.
Okay. And on a wrist, or this area of the wrist where you observed the injuries, that depth of 3 centimeters, did that require further surgical intervention, or were you able to suture that area?
I was able to suture that area. As far as what happened subsequent to that, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And how many sutures did you use to repair that injury?
I believe 3.
And in relation to any other cuts or lacerations that were on that right wrist, did any other of those lacerations require suturing?
No.
How did you treat those other injuries?
Just irrigation, meaning cleaning them out, and then using a type of tape to close them shut.
And that's generally referred to as a steri strip, correct?
Correct.
May I approach the witness?
Me.
Showing you 2 photographs. Do those photographs depict the repairs or the sutures that you did on the right wrist Lindsay Clancy.
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next two exhibits.
All right, those may be admitted.
One and two. And I'm just going to show on the screen what's now been marked as Exhibit 201, and you should be able to see it, sir, on the screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the right wrist, correct?
Correct.
And those black lines in the middle of the photograph are those the sutures that you did.
Correct.
And just showing you 202, Exhibit 202. These white strips that are all around the injury, are those the steri strips?
Correct.
Now, on the left wrist, do you recall what you observed to be the injuries on that wrist?
I believe there was a similar laceration, just shorter in length, that required fewer sutures.
And fair to say, if your notes reflect that the left wrist had one, meaning just a singular 2 centimeter deep linear cut, that would have been what your observations were of the injury that you repaired?
Correct.
And how many sutures did that injury require?
1 suture.
And were there other areas that you observed that had some sort of laceration?
I believe similarly, just superficial ones that needed steri strips.
And again, in treating this particular injury, when you came upon it, was there active bleeding or any concern that you needed more intervention other than a suture?
At that time, no.
I'm going to show you 2 more photos. Are those familiar to you?
Yes.
And are those the suture that you did on the left wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, ma'am.
Should I move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits?
All right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted. Thank you.
And now again, just showing what's been now marked as Exhibit 203. And you see the injury there on the wrist near the ruler in the photograph.
Yes.
And Exhibit 204, which is just a closer upshot of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you see the white strips. Those are also steri strips that were applied.
Correct.
Now, in relation to any of these wounds on the right or the left wrist, did you observe the lacerations to go any deeper than the subcutaneous tissue?
On my observation, no.
And when we talk subcutaneous tissue, we're talking about that fatty tissue on underneath your skin, correct?
Correct.
And did you have to return at any point, to your knowledge, to readdress these issues or do any further laceration repair as it pertained to this patient?
On that shift, no.
Do you recall if you did it on any other shift?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Is it Mr. Negri?
Negri, yes, sir.
And you're not a doctor, you're a physician assistant, is that what it is?
That's correct, yes.
And how long had you worked for Brigham and Women's prior to seeing Lindsay Clancy that?
Every time I laugh at Reddington, I need 50 taps. Come on. We need 50 taps for Reddington every time I laugh. The man is 75 years old, all right? Let's get some taps for Mr. Reddington, who is 75 years old. This guy was the physician's assistant who was the one that sutured her superficial wounds, right? So he gave 3 stitches to the left wrist, none to the right, none to the neck. So if I don't get to your questions because we're going through it, we'll come back. So
On January 24, 23.
I believe I was in my second year of employment with Brigham and Women's.
Okay, and you got to keep your voice up because people back here have to be able to hear you too,
I
okay?
believe I was in my second year of employment at Brigham and Women's.
You're not suggesting for 1 minute that after you did your butterfly stitches, Lindsay could have got up and walked out the door of the hospital, right?
No, sir.
And would you agree with me that, in fact, she was critically ill when you saw her, right?
Yes, sir.
And she certainly wasn't critically ill from COVID or a flu or something like that, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You know that there are notes that are prepared for the records from the hospital. For example, on January 24, 2023, hospital admission form is filled out. Do you know a Dr. Jeffrey Andrew Anderson?
Yes.
And he was, what was his position that night?
He was one of the trauma surgeons and also one of the intensivists, the attending physicians in the ICU.
All right. And you've had a chance to review a number of records and photographs with the DAs, I imagine, right?
I've reviewed my own procedure note.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It means I reviewed the note that I wrote myself regarding the laceration repairs.
Okay, is that the note that indicates that it appears as though that, for example, on the right upper extremity, there's a 3.5 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist?
I don't believe that I commented saying volar specifically, so I don't know if that's in regards to my note, but I believe my note did say about 3 centimeters deep, yes.
Okay, so do you recall indicating in your note that it was superficial laceration, or did you indicate that it was a deep laceration?
I indicated that some of them were superficial, and the one that I repaired in particular was 3 centimeters deep.
And you've had occasion to speak to the prosecutors on this case, and that they've asked you about the superficial injury to her wrist, right?
Correct.
In addition to the, as indicated on page 75 of the Brigham and Women's Hospital record that I have, and we can fix that with other records if it doesn't coincide. There's a note from Dr. Anderson that the right upper extremity, 3.5 centimeter deep laceration volar aspect of the wrist, left upper extremity, 2 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you were able to, as you say, clean it up with saline or whatever, and then you stitched up what you had to stitch up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything to do with the massive transfusion that she had?
No, sir.
Do you have anything to do with the treatment of the transected spine that she had, the shattered spine?
No, sir.
Do you have anything whatsoever to do with the insertion of tubes on both sides of her body and the draining of the blood that had pooled in her middle cavity?
Just the management of those tubes after, but not the placement.
Okay. So you were there while that was done?
I was there managing once they had been placed, but I was not there for the placement of them.
Okay,
no.
but you knew that they were in there, that they were draining the blood. Okay.
Yes.
And do you know where the blood came from that was in her middle extremity?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to refer back to the
Okay.
imaging reports.
In any event, you know that shortly thereafter she coded, right?
Yes.
Were you there for that?
No, sir.
And basically, that means that the patient has, in effect, died from cardiac arrest, right?
Not necessarily died, but their heart has stopped beating for that
And then
portion of
there's
time, yes.
the crash teams and everybody hopefully revives the person, right?
Correct.
And you guys did that, or they did, and they were successful reviving her, correct? So without going through everything, you'd agree with me, sir, that your observations would be of the wrist, the repair, and the taking care of the tubes after they were inserted into both sides of her chest.
That's correct.
And that was your involvement extended, correct? You're all done after
I was
that.
involved in the ongoing management of her care throughout the day, but just as you stated, not the things that you asked me about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
I'd offer these.
They're part of the record.
Yeah,
They're
I'd
written.
like to bet about this stuff.
I would object if we could approach.
I don't want to have a jury having to go through 10.
Well, I know that. Listen, you want to mark them for identification, and then we can address that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I may just with a few questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Negri, I'm just going to approach and show you.
Hold on a second. Is that my? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Just show you a page from the records. That's labeled Brigham and Women's, page 76. You can hold it in.
Specifically the title there.
Yeah, I would direct your attention to the bottom paragraph where it says exam. That's not your note from the record, correct?
Correct.
And when it's noted that the right upper extremity, left upper extremity has 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, 2 centimeter deep laceration, deep in the medical notes is not a adjective of it, correct? It's more of a directionality of the injury.
It's a description of, yeah, basically an objective unit of measure.
But when we say deep, it means that it goes down into the skin as opposed to across the
It doesn't
skin.
matter what we say, it's what the records say.
All right, I understand. Good. Just, you could ask that question again.
As far as your assessment of injuries, deep goes down in the skin as opposed to across the skin.
Correct.
And as far as Dr. Anderson goes, you knew that him to be one of the attendings and a trauma surgeon in this case. Were you aware that on January 24th, he had examined these injuries and indicated they did not require repair at that time?
I don't recall specifically, I'm sorry.
But you came in to repair these on January 25th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Reddington, anything on that?
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. You're all set.
All right, if you're just joining me, we're playing a game today. You must tap on the clock app if you, number one, if they said superficial. Come on. How many times, and when Reddington said superficial, come on. All right. Secondly, every time Reddington or the prosecution testifies, right? Did you know that she coded and she died? That is testifying, right? That is testifying. So you got to tap every time he's testifying or the prosecution testifies. And then every time Reddington makes me laugh. You know, when he just got up there and said, you know, it's in the record, right? Is that an objection? They're not supposed to get up and just stand and say some random stuff. Oh, I don't want to go to sidebar. It's going to take 10 minutes. I don't want to do this for the jury. Is that an objection, Mr. Reddington? What are we saying here? We're just getting up and saying random things to the court. So we need a tap for that as well. All right. So what was the purpose of this witness? The purpose of this witness was to come on and say that he sutured those wounds, and that was the only wounds that he sutured. The neck and the arm were superficial. Again, this goes to the prosecution's case that they're painting this picture that she did not really like to, you know, she really didn't mean to do what she did. Okay, are you like, ew, you do not like the AI background or you do like the background, Kay? I need to know. Oh, I guess is the ew like, no, you don't like it. All right, we're continuing on. All right, number 41.
Attorney Buckingham, please.
The Commonwealth would call Nicholas Roberts as its next witness, please.
All right, remember, what did I say? What did I say? This name was already mentioned. I said this before. He was like the keeper of the records when Lisa Yell testified, the MSP trooper who testified. She did the lab work on the urine and the blood sample from South Shore from Lindsay Clancy, and she discovered the not benzos. She discovered the quetiapine. Remember how I told you there's like 4 or 5 different lab people who do different things on one specific topic, and then they go and give their results to one person. This is the person that they gave the results to. So remember, I highlighted his name. So this is this person coming up, because you guys are like, who's going to testify? Who else could testify, right? When are we going to get to the doctors, etc.? but they've got to get this other evidence in. So here we are. All right.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right there and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the
All right.
testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the
Something tells me he might not be the lab guy anymore. He's dressed like the guy who delivers your water to your office. Am I wrong? But we'll see.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
It's his collar and his shirt. And he had looks like he had a logo on it. And then he also does not look like he wants to be there.
Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name
It's Nicholas Roberts.
and where do you currently work?
I work for a company called Thermo Fisher.
What is that? What do they do?
They sell plenty of laboratory-based products, including refrigeration. They sell solvents. They do instruments as well.
Prior to working for that company, did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I did.
In what unit did you work for the crime lab?
I was in the toxicology unit
How long did you work for the crime lab?
for about 9 years.
And in working for the crime lab, what kind of training and experience did you have to work in the toxicology unit?
Prior to being hired, I have both a bachelor's and a master's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology. I also have the master's is in forensic toxicology. While being hired on the job, they provide training for all the in-house stuff that we test for, which includes not only a theory-based training, but also practical stuff so that you can analyze and run all the tests that we do in-house.
And as far as your work in the toxicology unit, fair to say in January of 2023 or February of 2023, you were what's referred to as a forensic scientist too, correct?
Yes.
And throughout your time at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you have to undergo competency tests and proficiency tests?
Yes.
And why is that? Why do you have to do that?
So mainly it's to
I know
Hold
the
on.
gentleman, he's
We get to go
qualified.
hold on. One at a time. Good. Is there
I'm just saying,
objection?
I know he's qualified, and I have no problem with his credentials and his testimony.
All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Sir, in working at the State Police Crime Lab, did you just work in the toxicology unit or did you work in any other units in your time there?
no, only in toxicology.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the toxicology unit, fair to say the State Police Crime Lab has a specific set of protocols and procedures that are followed in every case.
Yes.
And at that time in February of 2023, was the State Police Crime Lab using the batch review process?
Yes.
And so when the state police use this process, there are a number of different technicians or forensic scientists that work on any given case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at the end of it, one analyst is responsible for reviewing all the data and authoring a report.
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, if you're that person reviewing the data and authoring the report, do you have the ability to interpret some of the data in the report?
Yes.
Or data in the testing, I should say.
Yes, we review all the data that is provided within the case file.
And did you, during your time at the crime lab in the toxicology unit, stay up to date on various types of drugs and quantifications of those drugs and what that could mean for levels in a person's blood or urine?
Yes, they keep us up to date on drugs that are commonly used.
So one of the roles in the toxicology unit is for you to report whether substances are detected in blood and urine. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at some points, are you also called upon to interpret the levels of those drugs?
So in blood, we report values. So we get concentrations of the different drugs, and we mainly report them in blood.
Okay. And as far as the concentration levels themselves, did you have training and experience on interpreting those levels?
We usually get training on the effects of the drugs. It's hard to say with some drugs, as well as some people, what one level might mean for one person. It might differ, and you have different effects on another.
Okay, and fair to say that's a limitation of just reviewing blood and not knowing anything else about a case, right?
Yes.
At the toxicology unit, at the crime lab, is there a limitation as to how or what types of drugs can actually be quantified or given concentration levels?
Yes, we only quantify certain drugs.
And what happens if there are other drugs present and there's a request for quantification or concentration levels? What does your lab do with that?
Usually they're sent out to another lab in order for testing.
And are you familiar with the NMS lab?
Yes.
Is that, or was that at that time, a common lab that would be sent drugs that you could not quantify in your lab?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the lab number of 01723. It's a case that you were the reporting analyst on, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that there were several items that were submitted to the toxicology unit as specimens.
Yes.
Including blood, plasma, and urine.
Yes.
And did you work with other members of the toxicology unit to have those specimens screened and then further tested?
Yes, the batch process was followed.
And as far as any screening tests, did you yourself do any screening tests on these items?
Yes.
What screening tests did you do?
The screening for the alcohol.
And was there any alcohol present?
No.
And in this screening for alcohol, does it just tell you whether it was detected or not detected?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you don't have a result, there's nothing further to do.
Correct.
Now, as far as the blood that was tested in this case, in the urine, you were aware that there were screening tests done for what's called the ELISA screen, benzodiazepines, and general unknown screens for these samples, correct?
Yes, that's usually our protocol.
And in any of those circumstances, were there positive results?
Yes.
And as it pertained to the positive results, what's your understanding of what was positive?
So to my knowledge, it was positive for the benzodiazepine panel in ELISA. That would have gotten further confirmatory testing done on it to see the levels as well as the individual types of benzos that were present in the blood. And the same was for the urine as well. We also identified a few substances via our general unknown screen, which was confirmed in blood and urine.
Now, as far as...
Counsel, is there an agreement as to whose blood is being tested at this point instead of just by the number?
Yes.
I mean, it might be easier for everybody, for the jury to follow.
So would Your Honor just like you to read the results?
No, just instead of referring to it by a number. Well, let me see it sidebar.
Oh, the judge! The judge! Oh my goodness! Okay, if you are not tapping for this, come on. Let's go. I need to see those hearts. Come on. Come on. What is going on today? Is everybody so feisty today? Did everybody not eat their Wheaties or their whatever their fiber is supposed to be? Listen, old people need their fiber, okay? Oh my gosh. Oh, I cannot. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, you want to recap because you had your phone muted? The judge we will back it up, okay? Hang on. I'm sorry, we're here for this. Hold on. Nana had her phone. Nana, this is for you. We're backing it up. Ready? Everybody, here we go.
On screen, which was confirmed in blood
Hang on.
and urine.
Now, as far as...
Counsel, is there an agreement as to
Yes.
Whose blood is being tested at this point instead of just by the number?
Yes.
I mean, it might be easier for everybody, for the jury to follow.
So would Your Honor just like you to read the results?
No, just instead of referring to it by a number. Well, let me see it sidebar.
I don't know about you. Is anybody confused about whose blood they're talking about? She referred to it by number, and the judge must have been like involved in something else. And he's like, does everybody know what this is? We all know that they're talking about Lindsay Clancy's blood, right? And also, you know, he's on the stand just to talk about her alcohol level. And we all know she didn't have alcohol in her system. So that's why I was being silly. Like, why is this guy even testifying when two other people testified? And so you can kind of see the frustration of Reddington and the judge, because remember, the prosecution's putting on this airs. They're putting on this. So somebody said it good yesterday. They're putting on a case of like, this is an M case, right? Like it's like a whodunit case. Instead of, she's already admitted that she did it, and we're talking about what she took and if she was influenced in any way, etc. So I'm sorry. I know it's, but you guys wanted feisty. Listen, we only have a couple of hours to be together in this trial today, and we are already, feisty level is just on the tippy top right now. And this poor guy, he's like, what the heck is going on? By the way, I said in the chat, isn't it wonderful that he is giving lots of PR to Thermo Fisher with his logo on his shirt? Good job. Bet you your bosses are going to be really proud of you. All right, come on. Let's see those tappity tap, 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 taps. I need to see those hearts, please. Let's go. We're going to start up again. Oh, I have some zoom room because I'm talking. Hold on here. I'm going to zoom. Everybody's feisty. But we're here for it. We're here for the courtroom drama. Oh, she's looking through her notes. She moved the knife violently out of the way. She doesn't. She is looking through a pile of stacks of papers. I don't know. She's going to find what she's looking for. Do you guys remember the other day when I saw that Reddington had a stack of papers, and it was all of her medical records, I think from Brigham Women's, and the prosecution's like, we have it digitally. He's like, no, here you go.
I tell you that your report was previously entered as Exhibit 183. Have you had the opportunity to review your report before coming today?
Yes.
And so the lab number that we've been referring to, you're aware that the person associated with that lab number was actually a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing that was done, you received results to the positive benzodiazepines in the screen, and then it was confirmed, correct?
Correct.
How many benzodiazepines were present?
There were at least 4 or 5.
Okay. And were you able to get concentration levels from the blood samples after that screen and the confirmatory tests?
Yes.
And again, already in evidence, but the toxicology report for item 10-101 on the blood with those benzodiazepines, there's diazepam, correct?
Yes.
Norodiazepam,
Yes.
oxazepam,
Yep.
temazepam,
Yes.
and lorazepam.
Yes.
And as far as your review of the testing on those substances and the concentration levels, did anything about any of those levels stand out to you as far as based on your training and experience?
Only that they were reportable.
Okay. Are you familiar whether they're in any sort of therapeutic level for any of those drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned there were also other substances that were detected in the general unknown screen, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been mirtazapine, lamotrigine, quetiapine metabolite, and trazodone.
Yes.
And was your lab able to get concentration levels for those?
No.
And so what did you do, or what was done with the samples or the specimens as it pertained to those substances?
To my knowledge, they were sent to NMS labs.
And you've previously stated that you are trained on effects of certain types of drugs, but your limitation is you don't know how it affects a particular individual, correct?
Correct.
These particular 5 benzodiazepines, do you know where they fall in the type of drug, what the general effects of those drugs are?
Benzos tend to be central nervous system depressants.
And the ones that were detected, but you don't have the levels for mirtazapine in the list I read, what category are those drugs?
Those tend to also be central nervous system depressants. Quetiapine in particular is usually known to treat bipolar disorder or schizophrenia.
And as it pertains to the presence of the 5 benzodiazepines, your testing is limited in that you don't know whether that was from one medication or multiple medications, correct?
Correct, because the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam tend to be metabolites of diazepam.
No further questions.
Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
Not too bad yourself.
All right. Just
Okay, before we go on, I have to stop for a second. He is generalizing. We went over this. I will go back over it. I have specific notes about what's going on. I'm just going to give you a quickie that it is quetiapine was in her system and then it metabolizes to these other things. So she didn't have all of these things in her system. It is just they parsed it out by saying it could be this, it could be that, it could be this, but it all goes under one sort of general drug. Same with the benzos. We'll go over that in just a minute. We'll go back to that. So it's not like she had like 15 things in her system. I think if I'm not mistaken, she had like 3 drugs in her system. But Reddington might clear that up for us. So hold on just a second.
a couple of brief questions. First of all, this would be a blood sample that was taken from Lindsay on a particular, like one day. This is not a panel of a bunch of different samples, right?
To my knowledge, there would have been a few different test tubes submitted to us.
Okay, test tubes, but when you draw in other words, when you draw the blood, it would basically be the same time that they put it in different test tubes.
Yes, I'm not familiar with these specific ones, like if they were done over a span of time. But usually,
that's fair enough. I mean,
yeah.
But you have the test tubes, and you know that it's Lindsay Clancy's blood, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that that's a fairly large number of drugs and metabolites that are in that particular blood sample, right?
I have seen more.
I'm sure, but nevertheless, that's still a large number of drugs, though, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
And you don't know, as a working your job for the state police at that time, you don't know how many of these drugs are coming from scripts, prescriptions, and things of that nature, right?
No.
One of the things that you had mentioned were metabolites, and you said that because the district attorney asked you about different benzodiazepines, this PAM, that PAM, this PAM, that PAM, and then you responded and said, yeah, but there's a lot of metabolites involved in that, right? What does that mean?
So a metabolite is just a breakdown of anything usually by the body. So you have what we call a parent drug, and the body, if you ingest that, the body would then break it down or put it into a more digestible form in order to get rid of it.
Okay. So when you have a number of metabolites, for example, someone may have a prescription for amitriptyline or a prescription for Zoloft or Ativan or something. And they take the pill and it's in their system, and then over time it would metabolize, and there'd be different PAMs or whatever it is that would break down into the blood. Is that right?
Yes.
How about tetrahydrocannabinols, THC, marijuana? What was the level on that?
To my knowledge, we didn't find any.
No marijuana, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
Attorney Buckingham, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You sit down there.
Okay, very quickly. So, as you heard, I see Reddington dumbed it down for us, right? You got all these pans because it metabolizes. So when they're talking about this pan and that pan and what have you, it was the main drug. We'll go over that once we're done with all the testimony because it's going to be a long conversation. But I wanted to point out, why did he ask about the THC? Marijuana, right? Because the prosecution at some point in time brought that up because yes, oh my gosh, you and I are on the same page because she said she had taken a gummy. So was there THC in her system during this time? No. So we're getting some context clues. We're starting to get little pieces of the puzzles. So, all right, here we go. Next witness. Let's go. Tap, tappity, tap, 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 tap. Where are those hearts, people? There are 104 of you in my chat. Let's go. I need to see those hearts. Tap, 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 tap. And if you haven't followed, please follow. Hit that follow button. All right, that was witness number 41 for the Commonwealth. Let's see who number 42 is. And remember, we want to see, yes, we're live. I'm live. The courtroom is live. You can hear it behind me. So yes, we're live. We're a little bit behind court because I keep stopping to chat with you. Lindsay Clancy trial. Thank you. Yes. So remember, we want to hear from the expert as to whose blood was what. So are we going to get that today? Let's hope so. Here's my crystal ball. Can you see my crystal ball? Who's next? Number 42.
This time, upon agreement, I'd ask to admit as the next exhibit, just a chart that the parties have agreed upon that lists the brand names of some of the drugs that have been spoken about throughout the course of the trial, as well as what they were also known as for the ease of the jurors.
All right.
That's by agreement, Judge.
All right. So by agreement, that may be admitted.
I want to see the chart.
And the Commonwealth would call Dr. Jonathan Brower as its next witness.
I suppose we could look that up ourselves. Okay, Dr. Jonathan, somebody, another.
Good morning, sir. Morning. Can you stop right here and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury without no penalty between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right. Ask you to keep your voice.
Okay, a couple of people missed what happened today. You didn't miss much. This is only our third witness. The first person was Eaton Nagiri. He took care of Lindsay and took care of her superficial, non-existent wounds. She had 3 stitches in her right wrist, nothing on the left, no stitches in her neck. Again, superficial. Where are those tabs for the superficial? Secondly, we had Nicholas Roberts, who just testified. He was the MSP lab tech who tested Lindsay's blood. There was no alcohol found in her blood. They went back over as to what drugs were found in her blood. We'll do a recap on that. So we're on witness number 3. So you're all caught up. You didn't miss anything.
Up so the jury can hear you. And with that, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Justin Brower, Brower.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic toxicologist for NMS Laboratories.
And where's that laboratory located?
All right. Yay. Okay, so we kept hearing about NSMS Laboratories. So yes. Okay. Yay. Yeah, they said his name wrong. I know. I wrote down Jonathan. I'm like, and then I had to scratch it out. Who's Justin? Chat, you're great. You're doing great today, chat. Thank you so much.
The laboratory is located in Horsham, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
And what does your laboratory do?
We are a reference laboratory. We do postmortem work, clinical work, and forensic drug work. So primarily my role is on the forensic side. I'm a forensic toxicologist.
And does your lab receive specimens from all across the country?
We do. We have clients in all 50 states. We do approximately half of the postmortem work in the United States, as well as a large number of clinical clients.
And is your lab accredited across several states and across the country?
Oh, hold on.
The states in the country.
just
we're
muted. I'm
accredited by
sorry.
Just about every accrediting body that I'm aware of in the clinical and forensic aspects, as well as a lot of state certifications. So a lot of states have their own requirements. The most notable one is like New York State. So we're accredited by, again, every accrediting body that I'm aware of.
And how long have you worked for NMS Laboratory?
4 years as of August 1st.
And what's your educational background as a forensic toxicologist?
I have a PhD in organic chemistry.
Where did you get that from?
The University of Nevada.
And do you have any other professional experience in this field prior to working for NMS?
I do. Before joining NMS Laboratories, I was a laboratory supervisor and then forensic toxicologist for the North Carolina Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is a statewide system. So we did the postmortem toxicology work for all 100 counties of the state of North Carolina.
And when it comes to your role in the forensic area of doing the toxicology testing, what is your role in the NMS lab when it comes to cases that come to the laboratory for forensic analysis?
So when a case comes into NMS and is logged in and the assigned or the requested test assigned and then run and reviewed multiple times in the laboratory, when all that testing is completed, it comes to the toxicology department. And my role is to review every aspect of that case. So I'm making sure that everything on the toxicology report is complete and accurate, such as all the demographic information that we have available to us, the name of the decedent or the patient, date of birth, where it's from, the specimens that we received, and then also that all of everything that is reported is complete and accurate, making sure that all the drugs that were tested for are reported, that the reported concentrations are correct and accurate, and looking at every piece of raw data accumulated from the laboratory with that case, associated with that case.
Fair to say the NMS laboratory uses a batch review workflow.
That is correct. So we not only run the cases in batches, so we don't run one case at a time. That's not very efficient. I don't really know of any laboratory that does that anymore. So we will run cases, 10, 15, 30 or 40 at a time.
So as far as running a particular tests and getting the raw data, that's usually done by other people in the laboratory, correct?
That is correct.
And then you come in at the end and review everything and have the ability to interpret the data.
That is correct.
Your training and experience as a forensic toxicologist, does that allow you to interpret concentration levels of particular types of drugs?
It does.
Now, as far as the testing done at NMS laboratories, the traditional testing is kind of the drug testing, the panels for different common drugs, correct?
And typically, we have clients request panels to be run where we're looking for, multiple drugs and classes of drugs at a time.
But are there circumstances when outside laboratories or outside individuals retain your lab in order to run specific tests?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to this particular case. Was your laboratory provided a blood sample from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in April of 2023?
I believe so. I'd really like to see the toxicology report so I can just confirm all of that, please.
Sure.
Sure.
All right. Somebody who wants to see the report, please hand me the report, All right, I see a rose. I have one rose. I know I said in the chat, but send me a rose, please. We'll go over it.
Thank you so much.
You can hang on to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Correct. We received the specimens on April 7th, 2023.
And it came from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
No, I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described, or was it more specific testing?
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone.
Are you familiar with those substances or those drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
And you reviewed all of the data and information done at your lab in regards to these tests, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they able to identify concentration levels in the sample that was submitted for each one of those 4 substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the first, can you tell us what the result was?
Would you like me just run down the list?
Sure.
Okay. We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter, mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter, quetiapine at a concentration of 1800 nanograms per milliliter, and trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter. And these were all in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botched
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure disorder, it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That isn't typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
And trazodone, what's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I am drawing a blank on the trazodone.
If I suggest trazamine, is that familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with, and I apologize.
Okay. That's okay, but you're familiar with trazodone.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
what class of drug is that?
That's an antidepressant.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4 tests for each of these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one that's a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a very short break at this time. All right. So this will be a short break, and we'll come right back.
I think they're taking a break because there's somebody who is having a coughing fit. We have some Zoom room, so we're gonna, because I'm a little bit behind, we're gonna go ahead and Zoom because we want to get into this. And actually, I really want to get to what Reddington is gonna say. Reddington is gonna wrap this up for us in a nice little bow. He said the quetiapine level was a little bit high. That's where he left off. I hope they touch on that in just a second. But remember, again, we need somebody to come in and tell us how, when you take something and you ingest it, how quickly does it go into your bloodstream? Because remember, it is reported that she took a whole bunch of stuff before she went out the window. How quickly does that stuff metabolize? And especially if it's the quetiapine that's in a higher concentration, as he's saying, and And then also, I want to put this in the chat. I need you guys to think about this. They're saying, remember that Mr. Reddington was talking about, hey, she's bipolar. She's bipolar. And he kept saying that she's bipolar and that she wasn't getting the medication or the treatment or the therapies and stuff, that she was bipolar. But here she's taking some medications that are for bipolar. So, oh, thank you. So questions. I have questions. I know you would do too. I don't know if we'll get all the answers. I don't have all the answers. I need medical professions to come in. All right, hold on. We're gonna zippy zoo. Hold on. And that's not a complete term. Zippy zoo. That's my term for zoom. So I know, okay, I have 99 people in my chat. Hopefully you are following me, and hit that tappity tap while I'm zooming. So we need those hearts. We need to push out the content. Let's go. And I got a couple of roses. Thank you so much. Just need a couple more roses. So we're going to go over, we're going to talk all about this as much as I possibly can, as I'm not a drug expert. And some of you already on here know more than me, but we will chat. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm tapping to Zoom. All right, I need to know if you guys like my background, my new background. Put a 1 in the chat if you like it. Put a 2 if you don't. And it's okay. You don't have to like it. I just need to know if you like the new background. I know I'm a little bit kind of wonky. I'm trying to figure some things out. You kind of can't see me. I need to put my green screen up. I'm working on it. This is only day 3 that we've been together. So, oh, Laura doesn't like it. Laura. All right. Oh, okay. Well, we'll take a poll. We've got a different design. It would tell me what you don't like about it. Is it the pink you don't like the pink? It's distracting, Laura says. Oh. Tell me how it's distracting. I need feedback. All right, we're starting back up again. Oh, someone's got a hot mic.
All right, jurors entering.
All right, we have other choices. Today's just a test. Oh, Laura. Okay. Understandable. All right.
Now in session, please be seated.
All right, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Dr. Brower, before we broke, we mentioned the term therapeutic concentration. You familiar with that term?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's the typical concentration that one would achieve when they're taking the medication or drug as indicated by their prescriber.
And are you familiar with toxic concentrations or suicidal concentrations?
I am.
And what does that mean?
Those are concentrations that could lead to adverse events and potentially death.
Now, in relation to the 4 substances that were tested at the NMS laboratory, you identified the levels for each of the 4 substances. Were any of those concentration levels considered within therapeutic concentration?
It would all be in what I would say a therapeutic concentration, except maybe the quetiapine, which is slightly elevated.
Okay. And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, postmortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter, would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in the, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life, and this is not consistent with that.
Now, are you also familiar in your training and experience with the class of drugs called benzodiazepines?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have the occasion to interpret data as it pertains to concentration levels for those?
Every single day.
And as far as the substances diazepam, noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, you're familiar with those?
I am.
And it's fair to say noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, those are all metabolites of diazepam?
Typically, yes, ma'am.
And what's the common name for diazepam?
Valium.
If I show you what's been marked as Exhibit 183 already. Can you see that on the screen beside you?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Can you see the levels?
They're all blurry.
Yep, hold on one second. There you go.
My eyesight's not great too, so
Okay, so
That's
I think
perfect.
that's the best I can do with the autofocus.
don't touch it.
Anything about the levels that you observed here regarding those substances, those benzodiazepines, that tell you that they're outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The diazepam and the nordazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam metabolites, the diazepam looks to be sub-therapeutic, meaning lower than what is typically expected from a therapeutic dose. Most therapeutic doses of diazepam, which is an anxiolytic drug or an anti-anxiety drug, are typically 200, 250 thereabouts nanogram per milliliter. The lorazepam, depending upon the dose, could be a therapeutic concentration, if not maybe a little bit lower than expected.
Okay. Thank you. Now, when you're reviewing these cases as the reporting forensic toxicologist, are there limitations on what you can say about the effects of these types of medications?
We can speak as to the general effects that drugs can have on the general population, but we try to restrict ourselves from saying with absolute certainty that a drug will have this effect on this specific person, because we just aren't there to witness their behavior.
Okay, so that was kind of the follow-up. So
I'm sorry.
What are the things that are the unknowns for you when you're just looking at data?
When we say that we can't do toxicology in a vacuum. You can't know everything about the case just by looking at numbers on a toxicology report and drugs on a toxicology report. You need other information to have an informed opinion. In the postmortem world, that would be the investigation itself, the history of the case, the scene findings, interviews with families and friends of the decedent, as well as autopsy findings as well. In a case like this, where it's not a decedent and the person is alive, you still need to know some facts of the case, some sort of history of the case, like what happened. So just numbers on a page, you can just make very generalized types of opinions, such as that looks to be therapeutic, it looks to be high, it looks to be low, and then again, just the general effects on the drugs on people.
And in this particular instance, you were not provided any further information about the case or the investigation in order to make any more opinions about effects.
I knew nothing about this case until we spoke, I think it was probably a few weeks ago.
And as far as the information available to you, you only had the data from the specimen that was tested, correct?
That is correct. Just these 4 drugs that were requested to be tested for.
And as far as the drugs, the 4 drugs that were tested by your lab, what are the general characteristics of some of those drugs?
So these are generally antidepressants and antipsychotic medications. So if somebody had, the lamotrigine, if somebody has, say, bipolar disorder, like wild mood swings, depressive episodes or psychotic episodes, these drugs could be prescribed. They also have depressant effects, so they could make people become, lethargic or sleepy.
Okay. And would any of the combination of these drugs cause a person to stop breathing?
It's possible, especially the mirtazapine, quetiapine, the trazodone, and then the two other benzodiazepines. Those are all central nervous system depressants, so they could, in large combinations or large concentrations and in combination with each other, cause central nervous system depression, which could reduce people's respiration rates.
But in the levels that you observed in the testing that your lab did, as well as what I just showed you from Exhibit 183, is there anything about those concentration levels that would give you a sense that the person could have stopped breathing as a result of these?
Not necessarily, but if I had the information that, a patient presented to an emergency department and they had labored breathing and weren't breathing adequately, and I had this information, then you could probably tie all that together. But without that extra information, then generally no.
Based on the levels alone, you can't give any sort of opinion.
I would like to not.
Okay. And finally, are you familiar with the drug Narcan?
I am.
And what kind of effect does the drug Narcan have on a person who has consumed these drugs, if any?
Just these drugs that we've talked about here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
Can you explain to us why it is that Narcan wouldn't have an effect?
Narcan is an opioid overdose reversal agent. It is an opioid antagonist. So it binds to the opioid receptors. So it doesn't allow other opioids like, say, fentanyl or oxycodone to bind to those receptors to have, to exert its effects. So it only works on opioids. None of these drugs work on the opioid receptors, so Narcan would have no effect whatsoever on these drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Good morning.
Dr. Brower, so one of the things that you had mentioned is that you, and I think I would quote you, I would like not to give an opinion without basically the underlying facts. In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency, correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right?
Overruled.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions in high-profile cases.
Right. And so that would have been something, for example, the facts that you wanted to know, that you would have liked to have known to kind of round out your opinion about the actual level of the drugs in the blood that you examined, right?
It's not necessary.
Well, it's not necessary, but you did indicate that you would like to not give an opinion without the facts.
Correct.
Okay.
Today.
From the witness stand.
Correct. I don't have all the information.
Of course. And the word therapeutic, is that consistent with, in other words, the treatment level of a particular narcotic or drug in the blood?
Correct. It's the concentration of the drug in the body to elicit an effect or the desired effect.
NMS Laboratory records that I introduced, that they were marked ID.
Okay, a lot of people are asking what just happened. Okay, there's a couple of things that are going on at this time. So, if you're new to TikTok, hello and welcome. I cannot show you what's going on because TikTok does not like me to use other applications to be on here, and I have to be careful about promoting other applications. Somebody did put it in the chat. So if you, when I say descript things, if you want to join me live, I'm also live on the one that has the play button. Can't say the name. I also can't bring in other things. I can't show you anything because TikTok will ding me. So if you're wondering what kind of is happening, well, I've said it this many, many, many times. When a witness is on the stand, both the prosecution and the defense are both guilty of trying to use this one person to elicit testimony that this person cannot answer. This person is just a forensic scientist who says, hey, I took your blood. What's in your bloodstream? And they talk about what's in your bloodstream. He is not a physician. He is not somebody who administers medication. To be honest with you, this line of questioning is inappropriate. They shouldn't be able to testify to these things because they're not an expert. If I were one of the defense attorneys, I would be like, nope, he cannot testify. He's not an expert in this. So why they're going down this line of questioning, I don't know, but they're both trying to make it happen. I keep saying make fetch happen. So what they're doing is, especially Reddington, he is the number one culprit in this. He's trying to get this guy to talk about what was in her system and how it affected her based upon, and he said, well, I can't give an opinion about that. So the prosecutor objected to the line of questioning, but the judge said, nope, I'm going to overrule it. So it's coming in. He's looking for some documentation to further get into. Here's the big picture of what's going on with Lindsay. So again, he was testifying. That's what I was like, every time Reddington testifies, make sure you hit tap, tap, tappity, tap, tap, tap. When I say someone's testifying, it's because they're asking questions of a person who doesn't know. This man does not know anything about Lindsay's situation. He doesn't know what she's done. All he's tasked to do is to take the blood, run it through his machines, and tell you what she had in her system. That's all he knows. He doesn't know that she harmed her children. He doesn't know that she's under arrest. He doesn't know that she tried to yeet herself out of a window and that she ingested a whole bunch of stuff. So to me, it's like, so exactly. The lawyer wants them to testify on speculative information. And I don't know why the judge is allowing it, but this is just, I call it kangaroo court. We're in kangaroo court right now. It's like bouncing around here and everything goes. So just FYI, today is a short day. This is heavy stuff. We're going to go over it, so don't worry. So just sit tight. Keep your questions or put your questions in the chat. I'll try to go back and zoom through it. The information about the drugs is a lot. The medication is a lot. So we're going to kind of go back and parse it together and piece it together the best that we can. So we're going to continue on. Yeah, so you asked, is that why the doctors are the best witnesses? Absolutely. I need doctors. We all need doctors right now to come in, tell us about what is going on with these medications. So I have a whole bunch of questions. So my next question was, I said this again, if and when she took whatever medication she took, right? And then if she took any before she went out the window, how quickly does that digest into your system? Because he just said, oh, I've seen lots of people who have passed away from this. Well, let's parse that out. Let's do a quantitative digestion of that. How did they take it? Did they take it with anything else? She had no alcohol in her system. We know a lot of people who take alcohol and prescription meds together, and those two combinations equal, no longer with us. So if she took XYZ, how quickly would that enter her system in order for her to potentially have been unalived, right? Then I also wanted to know if she took anything, does the hospital know she took anything, and did they pump her stomach? That has not been mentioned, right? If somebody ingests a lot of pills and they find them, don't they pump your stomach? So that hasn't been testified to. So maybe it hasn't. So because it hasn't come into evidence, I'm thinking they didn't do that. So again, this is not the right person to be talking about these things, but here we are. We just have to go with it. All right, we're going to continue on. I'll stop talking.
She's trying to find the record. As it relates to the therapeutic level, sir, is it your understanding that the lorazepam, lorazepam, clonazepam, the council had asked you about the benzodiazepines were within therapeutic, thank you, within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic level. Pains were within therapeutic, thank you, within therapeutic level.
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic.
I don't know what just happened. The feed just yeeted to something else. Like we were seeing his computer screen. I'm on East Idaho. I don't know what the other ones are doing. Streaming is dynamic. Thanks for being with me, being patient. We'll get through it.
Level.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the entire question?
Sure. What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Toxicology? Yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right. Is that above therapeutic, below therapeutic, or therapeutic?
It's right in the middle of the therapeutic range.
So if somebody had a prescription, for example, for that narcotic or that drug, then they were taking the drug according to the recommended dose, right?
And that's what it would appear to me if they were prescribed it, correct?
How about the mirtazapine?
The mirtazapine also looks to be probably used appropriately as prescribed.
And you need a prescription for that, don't you?
Yes, you need a prescription for all four of these drugs.
Okay. And what is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose, or what do you use Remeron for?
It's an antidepressant.
How about the quetiapine is the number 3?
The quetiapine is also known as Seroquel, and that is generally used as an antipsychotic.
And what does that mean when you say an antipsychotic? What does that mean?
So somebody has psychotic episodes, say like hallucinations or just not seeing reality like quote, quote normal person would, they could be prescribed quetiapine as an antipsychotic to try to kind of level out their brain chemistry.
And what was the result on the quetiapine?
1,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, is that within therapeutic? Is that below or high?
It looks high to me, depending upon the dosage.
Okay. And trazodone is the next one. What is that?
Trazodone is also an antidepressant.
And what's the result on that?
Oh, I'm sorry, 0.44 micrograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that?
All right. Sorry, I have to pause for just a minute. I know that a lot of you may have taken some of these or are on some of these, what have you. His characterization of what these medications are for and classifying somebody who's taking these is very inappropriate. Why? I would think that a lot of either psychologists or psychiatrists are probably pulling their hair out saying, this man is diagnosing you and putting you into a classification because you're taking these medications. And the word that he just used, and I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I'm just like, you're joking me, right? You can't say that. He is not a trained medical professional in any way, shape, or form. So if you are listening to this and you're on any of these medications and this man has said that you are in this category because you take it, please do not take anything he's saying with a grain of salt. Just do not listen to him. He is not a trained medical profession and either psychiatry, psychologist, and or medical doctor to classify you in any way, shape, or form. He's just a lab technician that's trying his best to answer these questions. And yes, he's repeating, right? Why is Reddington asking him these questions? Reddington is asking him because he needs to slow the roll of the prosecution. Remember, the prosecution is basically saying, oh, she's taking all of these things and she's okay. So he's slowing it down. He's dumbing it down for me, telling us what each one of these things are, what do they mean, what are they called, and what are they classified for, even though he shouldn't be testifying to this, but he is. So hopefully it's kind of helping you a little bit, but I'm sorry, it triggered me, and I'm not even on these medications. So please just remember, he's just trying to answer the questions. He didn't diagnose you.
Therapeutic, below therapeutic, or above therapeutic?
I would say that's a therapeutic concentration.
Okay, so basically, with the exception of the quetiapine that was 1,800 nanograms per, what is a nanogram? What does that mean? Nanograms per milliliter. What does that mean?
It's a very, very small amount. It's 1/1,000,000th of a milligram.
Okay, and that's how you measure the quantity of a particular substance that would be in a person's blood, correct?
In the blood, correct.
So on the quetiapine at 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, that's the only one that was not therapeutic. That was a little higher than therapeutic. Is that correct?
Correct. It's approximately maybe double what you might expect. So it's, when I say it's a little elevated, it's.
And also remember, he doesn't know what her prescription is. He doesn't know the amount that she's supposed to take, what the dosage is, and he doesn't know the milligrams of what she's supposed to take. He knows nothing about her. All he knows is what was in her blood. So for him to testify to this, I'm beyond. It's bizarre.
Not in a concentration that I would consider to be necessarily toxic or lethal.
Okay. And you don't know, working for NMS labs, or whether or not a person had a prescription for these drugs, or when they got the prescription, or who gave them the prescription. You don't know that, right?
I have none of that information, no.
You could have known that if somebody had told you that, but you don't know it from looking at the numbers that we have here, right?
Correct. It's possible if they would have given us that information. We don't always need to have it, though.
All right, this is what I had offered for.
Can I just see it again first?
Oh, sure.
If we can just approach briefly on the issue.
Yeah.
All right, we will zoom, but Liz asked a really good question. She asked if the jury can ask questions. Not in Massachusetts, but it's a great question, and that's why not even during deliberations. In some states, well, okay, yes, in deliberations they can. Hang on, let me take that back. In some states, the jurors can ask questions to the judge while the trial is going on. In Massachusetts, you can't. But yes, so here's the thing. They can ask during deliberations, but the judge looks at the question first. They also talk to the lawyers. And it has to be something about, like, where's this piece of evidence, or where's this, or they have some other unrelated question. They cannot ask questions about how to make their decision. Does that make sense? Anything that talks about their decisions or their deliberations, they cannot ask. They can say, "Oh, I saw this report from this lab person and I don't see it in evidence. I want to see it. Do you know where this is?" They can do that, and they can point them to those things. But anything that has any sort of influence on the jury, they cannot answer. So the judge will bring the question to the lawyers, state it for the record, and then sometimes they'll say everything. They'll go back and don't answer the question. They'll say everything you have has been given to you, and then you have to rely on, you know, that evidence for you to determine things. So yeah, no, they're not on a break. I paused, so we're gonna Zoom. It's a short day today. They're at sidebar because they're questioning whether or not this, whatever this record is it going to be admitted? Again, things that should have been discussed before they came into trial, but whatever. All right, we're back. Nope, you didn't. You're fine. You're fine. You guys are fine.
All right, so we're going to introduce.
But we need to tap, tappity, tap, tap, tap. We got to get this stream out there. 72 of you on here. Please tap, tap, tap. I need to see those hearts, please. Thank you.
NMS lab report,
Same as this one.
same numbers on the top, right? Where the square is,
Correct.
same numbers. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right. Yeah, Commonwealth?
Just, Dr. Brower, you in fact, once got this case for review, you authored a corrected report in regards to this case, correct?
Correct.
At this point, I would move to admit the report. As
So
submitted.
good.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
Nothing further.
Boy, certainly would like to see his report. Now, sometimes after the trial is over, you can get evidence if you want to, because this is public information. Unless, like, the judge says, no, I'm not going to get, like, we already know the autopsy photos, etc., the 911 call isn't going to come out. But you can FOIA and ask.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Doctor.
Am I released?
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my release. Don't worry, we'll talk about it. It's going to be a short day today, so we're trying to get through the witnesses, and then we'll chat. Okay, that was number 42, which was a lot.
Witness, the Commonwealth would move to submit 4 stipulations the parties have entered into. The first being a stipulation regarding DNA known.
You're missing it. Kevin Reddington is sitting in his chair with the bag of drugs or the bag of medication in his lap, and he's pulling it out and he's looking at it. So just remember, these were the ones that were found in the drawer in the nightstand. And and also in our game, every time they say draw, tappity tap tap tap, it's our little game so we can interact with everybody. So he's looking at the draw medications, and allegedly those might have been the ones that she might have taken before she went out the window. Again, we don't know what she took when she went out the window. I'm hoping some way, someone or other will find out.
Standard samples. The second being a stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain on the basement floor. The third being the stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. And the fourth being the stipulation regarding DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain in the basement.
That's right. We don't need to have all those witnesses.
All right, so those stipulations may be entered as exhibits.
All right, if you missed it, they stipulated to all the DNA that they collected from all of these things. And that was what I wanted to know. So I hope, I'm crossing my fingers that the next witness is going to be one witness to testify to all of the DNA that came in. Remember, when they go and they do the DNA testing, it's like 4 or 5 people are involved. Can one person just come in and testify to this is what the results were? So hopefully, cross our fingers, that's who the next witness is. We want to know. And if we don't find out, the jury, as I stated, if the jury doesn't get their answers answered during these trials, they're going to go look through it through the evidence. And if they can't find it through the evidence, they're going to speculate in their minds. Okay.
The contents of the satisfied. Counsel, do you want those published or read to the jury? Or
Lindsay
satisfied
is crying.
The parties can.
They have zoomed in on her and she's crying.
Of the stipulations.
The only one we would like to have read to the jury, I'm sorry, are you all set?
That's on me. I kind of jumped in there. I'm sorry.
Would be the exhibit 211, the stipulation regarding the comparisons for the blue band and the red brown stain.
Yeah, I don't, if she wants you to read it, I don't have a problem.
Yeah.
It was defense that wanted me to read it. I'm fine.
Well, you know what? I want to read it. All right. So that's what we'll do.
They're fighting about.
All right. So, members of the jury, remember, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I talked a little bit about those stipulations. So the same instructions. All right. These are facts that I'm going to read that the parties have agreed to, that you can rely on.
All right, Pumpkin. I am also live on the app that has the play button that starts with a Y and a T. Same channel name. You can go find me there as well. I'm live on there as well. So you can go and put it up on the TV and we can watch together. So hopefully you can find me. If you find me, I have a chat is open there too. So you can send me a message and said you found me over there. All right.
In arriving at your verdict at the end of this case. This is one of 4 that was just introduced. You'll have all 4 of them with you back in the jury room when you deliberate. But so let me just read this one stipulation. This doesn't mean this stipulation is any more important than any of the other ones, but the parties would like me to just read this one here. All right, so this is a stipulation regarding the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain. It was marked A. In the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain A in the basement. Number 1, forensic scientist Emily Oliver reviewed and interpreted the data relating to the question items, parentheses, item 2-4, blue exercise band, and item 3-3, the red-brown stain A from the basement floor, close parentheses, and conducted comparison analysis to the known standards in this case. Number 2, the parties agreed to the following conclusions regarding comparison analysis of these items. A, item 2-4.1.1, sample from the ends of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion in the profile. They are Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Cora Clancy, Lindsay Clancy, and Patrick Clancy. B, item 2-4.2.1, sample from the middle of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Callan Clancy is included as a major contributor. And C, item 3-3.1, sample of swabs from the red-brown stain A on the basement floor. The DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. So that's the stipulation the parties have agreed to.
Okay, hang on. I have to back up for just a minute. Remember, we were talking about who was what, and I was busy saying hi to everybody, so I didn't get all that. But Law Lovies, it was just revealed that the blood stain pattern in the basement belongs to Cora and Cora alone. Just wanted to state that. And then they're talking about who was what on the band. So hang on, I just have to go back just a little bit. I just want to get clarification. We're going to listen again.
Analysis of these items. A, item 2-4.1.1, sample from the ends of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion in the profile. They are Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Cora Clancy, Lindsay Clancy, and Patrick Clancy. B, item 2-4.2.1, sample from the middle of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Callan Clancy is included as a major contributor. And C, item 3-3.1, sample of swabs from the red-brown stain A on the basement floor. The DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. So that's the stipulation that the parties have agreed to.
All right. Are there any questions about that? Why we only have 3 of these right now, I don't know. So the blue band was everybody. The middle of the ends of the blue band were everybody. The middle of the blue band was just Callan, and the blood stain on the carpeting was Cora. So just remember too that these exercise bands were out in the basement, right? And you can see that probably primarily it sounds like Lindsay was the one that used them most often, but the other children also touch them as well, right? Kids play with things all the time. So it's not uncommon that like everybody in the household's DNA would be on this. But it was interesting that the pool of blood, we did talk about Cora, and she did have the dried blood on her mouth. So, and she was face down. So that would contribute to that. Are we going to get deeper into it? No. Do we want to get deeper into it? No. We all know this is a tragedy that these 3 children's lives were taken. We don't need all of the gory details, but if we so yes, I took care of that for you. She's out, or they're out. All right. I blocked her. So if by chance there is more information that we need from this, we're not going to get it. We don't really need it. We know what happened. We're going to move on. So, all right. How's everybody doing over here on the Facebook and the YouTube? Hello, everybody. Volume in court is low here. All right. Let me see what I can do. All right. All right. We're going to start back up again.
And one last stipulation to be marked as the next exhibit, the stipulation regarding the batch work done at NMS Labs. We're not asking that this be read at this
Okay. All right.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
All right, witness number 43, Katerina Stashin.
Good morning, ma'am. You stop right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury that there will no harm between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right.
I just want to remind everybody in the chats that This is a very welcome and safe space. We're here to hear both sides of things, but if you're going to be mean and you're going to disparage anybody, or you're just in here to rabble, that's not going to be tolerated. So just want to let you know, everybody be kind, keep it nice, and we can all talk about things on both sides. So appreciate everybody. Let's make some tappity tap hearts. Push everything out. Thank you, thank you. And if you're new here, please do a follow.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Katerina Stashin. My first name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stasshyn.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada. I'm a criminalist in the biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And
I'm sorry. We agree to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay. All right.
and I'm just
Attorney Sprague?
giving that evidence to the jury.
Go ahead.
So when did you start working?
All right. I need to see those hearts. Come on. We're playing a game here. Every time Reddington stands up and says something nonsensical, I need to see the streams of hearts. Come on. He just did it. No, they didn't send evidence to Nevada. You missed it. We'll back it up. She doesn't work for Nevada. Sorry. She works for Nevada now. She didn't back then. I'll back it up and you'll listen, or you'll hear. I missed it too, where she worked for MSP at some point in time.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada. I'm a criminalist in the biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And
I'm sorry. We agree to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay. All right.
and I'm just
Attorney Sprague?
giving that evidence to the jury.
Go ahead.
So when did you start working for the state police?
I worked for the Massachusetts State Police from June 2021 to February of 2025.
And what was the nature of your work for the lab at that time?
As a DNA analyst, I processed evidence items obtained either from a crime scene or from an individual associated with a criminal investigation. These items of evidence would be processed through the laboratory. I then would perform interpretations, comparisons as needed, write reports. I also could perform administrative reviews of other analysts' work and provide expert witness testimony as needed.
And part of your employment at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you take competency tests and proficiency tests to guarantee that you were capable and proficient in the areas you were working?
Yes, I took both competency tests after my training and proficiency tests throughout my career at Massachusetts and at my current role.
And have you passed all of those tests?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency tests that I've taken so far in my career.
Can you tell us what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and this is genetic information that is stored in our cells. This is information that makes us who we are, determines how we develop and grow. A person's DNA is inherited approximately half from their mom and half from their dad. DNA is forensically relevant because it is expected that no two individuals will have the same forensic DNA profile.
And is DNA the same in every single cell in a person's body?
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from different cells, different cell types like a blood cell or from a saliva cell or cell in your saliva would have the same DNA profile, barring your mutation.
And can you explain generally the process used to analyze evidence, in this case, the testing involving the defendant, Lindsay Clancy?
The items tested in this case and in all cases will go through a 4-step laboratory process of extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection. And then profiles developed from that laboratory process will be interpreted and compared.
Can you just briefly explain what is extraction and how it's done?
Extraction is the first step of that laboratory process that involves applying a variation of heat and chemicals to a sample. This breaks open cells that are present in.
Okay. So this is who's testifying right now. Her name is Katerina Stashin, and she's going to get into it about how DNA is extracted. If you haven't heard it before, it's very fascinating. And this is why there's so many different people involved. I'll back it up for just a second, but it's fascinating and unfortunately very boring.
And compared.
Can you just briefly explain what is extraction and how it's done?
Extraction is the first step of that laboratory process that involves applying a variation of heat and chemicals to a sample. This breaks open cells that are present and releases the DNA and then isolates that DNA.
And was the next step quantification?
Yes.
And what is that and how do you do that?
Quantification is the second step when we determine a reliable estimate for the amount of DNA in those samples that were extracted. And those values are then used to optimize the rest of the process with the goal to obtain a quality profile for that sample.
And the third step, amplification, can you explain that?
Amplification is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain areas of DNA to make it able to be detected and visualized.
And then detection, what is that?
And then the fourth step is separation or detection. This is where we separate out all those millions and millions of copies that we made to make them visual. This produces a DNA profile that an analyst is then able to review and interpret.
And when you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, were there certain standardized protocols and procedures that you used at that lab?
Yes.
And were there controls used in your testing?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So there are 2 different types of controls that were used in our testing. The first is a positive control. This is a sample that contains a known DNA profile, and it is processed alongside evidence samples. So when that known DNA profile is obtained at the end of the process, it confirms that the process is working appropriately. The second type of control is a negative control, and this is a sample that contains no DNA that is also processed alongside evidence samples. And this is able to monitor any contamination and confirm that clean technique is used during testing.
And does your work undergo a review process at the lab, or did it?
Yes, all work goes through 2 stages of review, technical review and administrative review. Technical review is when another qualified analyst reviews all of the work done in the file and in the report. They confirm that all protocols were followed and that correct conclusions were drawn. And then administrative review is when another analyst reviews that file, all of the documentation and the report for overall clerical accuracy and completeness.
And when you worked on lab number 23-01723.
Okay, before she gets into it, I know you want to get to it. This is what I told you about. When these lab people get this stuff, it takes a whole bunch of people. And in this one, there were 6 people. So just remember, when Reddington is arguing and saying, we stipulate to this, we stipulate to that, all of these people would have come in to have to say, I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this. And sometimes number 1 can also do number 3. So it might be the same person, but when they come in to testify, they testify twice because I did this, then somebody else did the second step, then they come back and they testify, say they did the third step, then the fourth person comes in, and it becomes an extremely long trial but he's stipulated to it. He says, we know this DNA came from XYZ. We're not arguing that. This is not a who done it. So I just kind of want to give you that little tidbit that 6 people would have come to testify for one thing that she's going to tell us here in a few seconds.
Evidence involved in the deaths of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy. Did you follow the standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes,
Were there any issues with the controls that were present when you did this testing?
all controls were acceptable per the laboratory protocols.
And did your work undergo and pass that review process you just described?
Yes, all work went through both technical and administrative review.
And if we could talk specifically about the work that you did in this case, first, I'd like you to talk about your work done on the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. Now, you didn't actually handle those items, correct?
I did a portion of the laboratory work for those samples, but I did not handle the actual bands themselves. I handled swabs of those bands.
So at some point in time in the lab, someone took swabs from those bands, and then that was forwarded to the DNA unit, the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, there was item 2-2.1.1, swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, and item 2-2.2.1, swabs from the middle of the yellow exercise band, correct?
Could I refer to my report to confirm that?
Any objection?
Thank you.
Also remember, this work was done however long ago it was, and now here we are now that she's testifying to. She probably does tons and tons of DNA analysis. She doesn't remember every case, so it's great that she's looking at her notes.
Yes.
And when doing your comparison work, did you also use some DNA profiles that had been generated in the lab for Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I utilized known standards that were developed from those individuals.
And known standards, are those basically the DNA profiles for each of those individuals?
Yes, known standards are samples collected directly from a known individual for comparison purposes.
And going to item 2-2.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, what were your findings?
So I'm going to start with a general statement for this report as a whole. The presence of multiple first-degree relatives in a mixture DNA profile can impact overall interpretation, including the determination of the number of contributors and likelihood ratios. Relatedness was considered for the following results. For item 2-2.1.1, sample from ends of yellow exercise band located in basement office, 47 Summer Street. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA. Due to the possible relatedness of low-level contributors to this profile, an alternate number of contributors was considered. First, assuming 2 contributors. The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributors 1 and 2 are suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.7 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. Assuming 3 contributors. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information and possible relatedness of contributors, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 920 octillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from contributor 1 of this DNA profile.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you've just told us. You mentioned the effect of relatedness. What does that mean?
So as I mentioned, an individual's DNA is inherited approximately 1/2 from their mom and 1/2 from their dad. So this means that there's a lot of DNA shared between relatives, including between parent and children and between siblings. So this can affect the determination of the number of contributors. So when I review the profile to see how many people are in that profile, because there's so much DNA that is shared. So taking that into account, I did 2 different interpretations, first assuming 2 contributors and the second assuming 3 contributors, again, just due to the complexity of relatedness and its effect on this profile, especially low-level contributors.
And would it be correct to state that when there is this level of relatedness where you have 2 parents and 3 siblings, that you can have false exclusions?
If there is an underassignment of the number of contributors, meaning that the number of contributors is incorrectly assigned lower than it actually is, which is a possibility with relatedness because you're working with less information because that information is shared, the underassigning could lead to false exclusions of true contributors.
Could you also miss some people to include?
Due to the effects of relatedness, it could be difficult to determine number of contributors simply because so much information is shared. Therefore, it is more complex when assigning this number.
And for item 2-2.1.1, the ends of the yellow exercise band, whether you considered 2 contributors or 3 contributors, both of your findings find that Dawson Clancy was a contributor, a potential contributor.
Both propositions, either 2 contributors or 3 contributors, had high inclusionary stats for Dawson Clancy, correct?
What's a nonillion?
Nonillion is a very large number.
Do you know how many people are on Earth?
I know it's
This is typical DNA gobbledygook at this point, Judge.
Well, I object to his objection.
That's
Ridiculous.
overruled.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
they're going to talk
You can
about
ask.
non-millions and how many.
Counsel, can I see you over at sidebar?
Okay, come on. We're playing a game. Where are those hearts? This is gobbledygook. I have to control myself and do a stream. Yes, Pink Sunset is uncalled for. Yes, it's unprofessional. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I laugh because it's kangaroo court. That's all I can say. This is kangaroo court. All right. Liz, I was getting ready to send you a message. You didn't miss very much. There is a DNA expert on the stand. She's talking about what DNA they swabbed from XYZ. I'll tell you in just a second, and what she found. So when Reddington stands up and he says this is gobbledygook, what he's saying is they're going over the science, right? She can't technically get up there and say, this is, I'm going to dumb it down for us. In the basement, the yellow band that was attributed to Dawson, the ends of the yellow band they had swapped for DNA. And she can't say, yep, it's all Dawson. She has to be very scientific and very specific. That's her job. That's the protocol. So when she's talking about 1.7 more times it's Dawson and he's included, and Cora and Patrick and Lindsay and Callan are excluded. So she has all of their DNA. She puts it into these machines. It extracts these things out and tells you whose DNA is on it. And when you say it's 1.7 million times more likely that it's Dawson than XYZ, the prosecution's going into all the scientific stuff of it, and Reddington doesn't want it. Reddington just wants the version. Whose was it? Whose DNA was it? We don't need the scientific explanation behind it. But The prosecutor wants to get into that. She wants to explain this to the jury because maybe the jury doesn't know. Is it necessary? I don't know, but it's protocol, and that's what, maybe, yeah, Curly's saying maybe she wants to confuse the jury. Right, she didn't admit these. These have not been admitted yet. These are just coming into evidence. She admitted the other things. We'll go into it. I'll be very specific as to what was admitted and stipulated to, and why the other things couldn't be stipulated to. I don't know. I don't know. So I'll look through your. Yeah, very disrespectful to the witness. Yeah, it's a slap fight. It's yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right. They're at sidebar. So remember, they're only supposed to go until 1:00 today. They're probably not going to take much of a break. They already took a break before because somebody was having a coughing fit. You're weirded out by the witness laughing on the stand and smiling on the stand. I think she's trying to do her best to read all the gobbledygook, right? All right, here we go. I'm going to try to zoom through their sidebar that they're fighting with each other. All right. Here we are. We're back. Remember, we're behind. We're not on real time because I keep stopping. Yeah, it could be nerves. You're confused now because yesterday with DNA and fingerprints is different. Yes, Liz, we'll go over that. Yesterday was subset of people. Now that's a different subset of people. We'll go over it. I'll make it all right for you. All right, let's do some tappy tap. We got to get some more people. Let's push the stream out. Let's go. Here we go.
1.7 million. Is that more than there are people on the earth?
That is more individuals that are on the earth, but I would like to clarify that a likelihood ratio is not a random match probability or a rarity of that profile. A likelihood ratio is a ratio that describes the probability of observing the DNA profile if a certain person is included versus the probability of observing that DNA profile if a certain person is excluded or if it is another unknown, unrelated individual.
And you said 9 million is a very high number, correct?
Yes, that's a very large number in my opinion.
So it's a very large probability that Dawson Clancy is a contributor to that mixture.
It is a large likelihood ratio that provides support for the inclusion of Dawson Clancy to the profile.
And then going to item 2-2.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings for that?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 3.6 million times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.4 billion times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 2 individuals. There are 3 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together, assuming 1, 2 contributors, and 2, Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relative, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
So this swab from the middle of the yellow exercise band, you stated was a mixture of two contributors, two people, correct?
Yes, I determined using my training and experience that the profile was a mixture of two contributors.
And then you had three possible contributors, Dawson, Callan, and Patrick, for the two-person mixture. So is it accurate that that relatedness issue was having an effect on those, on that data or that result?
Yes, relatedness of potential contributors was having an effect on this profile, and that is because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And what you stated at the end, that if Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, then Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present together in that mixture, correct?
Correct.
And Dawson Clancy was the one who had the 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from him, correct?
Yes, the likelihood ratio for Dawson was 1.5 nonillion.
And would it be accurate to state that with male relatives, they share the same YSTR profile?
Yes, male relatives will share the same YSTR profile, barring rare mutation, but YSTR analysis was not done in this case.
Okay. And does that fact, when you have male relatives, does that affect the relatedness complications of your evaluation?
The fact that they're male doesn't necessarily have an effect, but just in general, relatedness has an effect in this case because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And then going to item 2-3.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the black exercise band, you found that that sample was a mixture but wasn't suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And what does it mean to be not suitable for comparison?
I'll read the statement in the report and then I'll clarify as needed. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA, and is not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the profile, the possibility of at least 5 contributors, and the relatedness of potential contributors.
So was it not suitable for comparison because there were so many potential contributors and many of them who were related?
Yes, there was multiple factors that made this profile not suitable. Relatedness was definitely one of those factors, and per laboratory protocols and validation, if there is any indication of a 5th contributor or more, a profile is not suitable for comparison due to limitations of our technology and software used.
Okay. So basically, if you're examining a profile and it looks like there's 5 or more, your work stops because of the limitations of your equipment.
Correct.
And then going to item 2-3.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 870 trillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.69 million times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 2,600 times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 220,000 times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 11 times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab DNA Unit validation studies showed inclusions for known non-contributors in the likelihood ratio range of at least 2 to 1,000 adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 3 individuals. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicate an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together, assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors. Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relatives, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
And so again here, you're dealing with the effect of the relatedness of the parties, correct?
Correct. Relatedness is having an effect on potential.
Sorry, that was me. I'm trying to do stuff and I didn't know that was going to play, so that was me. Didn't know I could add that sound effect. Sorry.
Contributors again to this profile. I'd just like to say that likelihood ratios are calculated independently for each person. They are not to show a likelihood ratio for more than one person or multiple people together in a profile. And again, because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors, that is why we're seeing some of the things we're seeing in this report.
And for this item, the middle of the black exercise band, the highest number of possible inclusion was the 1.6 million times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals, correct?
Yes, the highest statistic for this item was a likelihood ratio of 1.69 million for Cora Clancy.
And based on your analysis of the data that you had, you determined it was a mixture of 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And so when you have the 3 contributors and Cora Clancy has the highest likelihood of being a contributor, if you include her in the mixture, the other 4 members of the family are excluded, correct?
Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Again, those statistics are all calculated independently and don't say anything about those people being in the mixture together.
And moving on to some other work you did in this case, specifically some swabs from the back side of the house, some shingles on 47 Summer Street in Duxbury, items 14-1, 14-2, and 14-3. Did you do work on those samples as well and compare them to the known profiles of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Your Honor, may I refer to my second report for these items? Thank you. Yes, I did work on those items in my second report.
And directing your attention to item 14-1, a swab from stain B on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings regarding that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And so unlike the samples and profiles we talked about earlier, this sample 14-1, the swab from stain B, wasn't a mixture, correct? It was just one person's DNA?
Correct. This was a single contributor profile.
And your findings was that Lindsay Clancy is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy.
Okay, I know you're all confused. It's a lot confusing. So I'm just we're talking about the blood now. Stain B. I believe this is inside the bedroom. I'm hoping that Reddington will come in and clarify some of this for us. Remember when the judge was talking about you have these numbers that are associated with what you did, and the jury's going to be confused as to what's to what. I'm still confused. I don't even know what she was talking about in the last one. I got confused. I didn't write it down, but I got this one. It's stain B. It's all Lindsay. But we're going to go over it, and I'll try to do my best to tell you what's what and just make it like, who's this, who's that, et cetera, and why. We'll go over it.
Than an unknown, unrelated individual.
The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And so it's support that she's included as a contributor to this profile of one person, correct?
Yes, there is support with a likelihood ratio of 18 octillion for Lindsay Clancy.
And the other members of the family were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And then item 14-2, the swab from stain C on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. That profile was a mixture and not suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct. The DNA profile is a mixture and is not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
And what does it mean when something's not suitable due to the quality of the profile?
This was a low-level profile with not enough information to be interpreted.
Do you have to have a certain level of information in the data to make findings based on your protocols and procedures at the lab?
Yes, there are protocols and procedures that determine how we can determine our number of contributors, and therefore, if there's not enough information, a profile is not suitable for interpretation or comparisons.
And then item 14-3, the swab from stain D on the back of the home, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings for that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 96 trillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And again, this is a single contributor, so the DNA profile of one person was found on the swab, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Reddington?
Okay, before Reddington pops up, I missed the one where she was talking that it was Dawson. I'm assuming we're still talking about the exercise bands. So they tested some of the exercise bands. Again, I don't know why they're doing, I don't know why they're doing this. I don't know why they're doing it this way. I don't know why they stipulated to some and why she's here to talk about these things. I don't know. Reddington hopefully is going to come in and just dumb it down for us and say XYZ. But I wanted to make a note that one of the stains from outside the house, which we don't know where, she says backside of the house. Mind you, yesterday we are all blood stain pattern analysis experts. I have a certificate for you. I'll bring that up for us. But I did not write down what stains were what and where, and probably the jury didn't either. And so we're all confused as to what stains you're referring to. So maybe Reddington will bring that up. But remember how we talked about how Maureen Hartnett couldn't get one of the stains that she came back in June. She couldn't get it off of the siding because probably it deteriorated, wasn't a good sample because it was outside, snow, wind, whatever, the weather. So perhaps maybe the one stain that she did get from the backyard, from the siding, was they were unable, it was bad quality and she couldn't do anything with it. But the ones that she's talking about outside, she didn't say where stain D. I'm assuming that might be like the windowsill. So the stains outside were tested, they're Lindsay's. Just in case there's any conspiracy theorists out there talking about Patrick. This is going to clear up some of that stuff. All right, let's go and see what Reddington has to say. Remember, we'll talk about all of this. Court is going to be ending a little bit, and we'll be here for the chat.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Stepdown. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Reddington's not going to tell us anything, so it'll be up to me. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. Reddington says, nope, nope, it is what it is. And it is. It's everything that we already know. It's nothing that we don't know. But I'll go into it and kind of just, you just want to know who, what, where, when, how, and why. We'll recap. All right. Spoke too soon. That was witness number 43. I'm going to take her away right now.
Call Elaine Rossi as its next witness.
Number 44, Elaine somebody. Let's see some hearts, please. Hello, Christina. Did they say anything for the brown belt? Nothing for the brown belt. Yeah, the confusion does work in his favor. Oh, look at this lady. I like her hairdo.
Good morning.
Oh, you can't see it, TikTok. It's okay. I'll take a picture of her and send it, but her hair is all very fluffy and very curly, and when she walks, it's very bouncy. Where are my hearts? I need some hearts, please. Show some love.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Elaine Rossi,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
ROSSI.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny
How long have you been a nanny?
for about 15 years now.
It's the
In
nanny.
July of 2022, did you become familiar with the Clancy family?
I did.
And how did you become involved with their family?
I answered a Facebook advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right. And so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
All right, just a clarification, Liz. Liz said she was surprised that she's on this side. Just FYI, whoever calls you, it doesn't mean you're on any side, right? It doesn't mean you're for the prosecution, you're against her. It doesn't mean anything because both sides can have the same witness on their list. It just depends on who is actually going to call them first. And remember, the prosecution always goes first. So it's not an indication of she's for any side. Just FYI.
That was on July 22nd of 2022 that that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3.
Yes.
And Callan was an infant.
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay. And did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially, it was set and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays.
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days.
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. Oh, she would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
Okay. And you said the week of Labor Day. That was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and Lindsay?
Yes.
So I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you'd see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
Really, I object. I don't have let the jury see the video. Can I see?
Okay. I know court has ended for the day and we're behind, but all right, come on. Where are the hearts that Reddington is? It's our game. I need to see the hearts where everybody knows that Reddington is just now off the rocker and he's like, we don't need to see the video. And let me know in the chat. Do you think he's right? Do we need to see the video of Callan? Is it to inflame the jury that here is this baby, this nanny's taking care of the baby, Lindsay isn't taking care of the baby? I don't know if it came in or not. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it for us. Don't spoil it for us. Here we go. But as I'm zooming, I need to see those hearts. Where are those tap, 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 tap? I don't see them. Come on, let's rain hearts. All right. All right, it's coming in. No spoilers. Oh my goodness. Oh, it was about 3 seconds.
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took?
It was about 3 seconds, and by the time the camera panned over, it was done. All right.
Callan taking the bottle? Yes. And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022? Yes, I did. At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next exhibit.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
It's going to make me cry. I'm about ready to just bawl.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, like, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December
Mhm.
is the time that you were there, 3 days a week.
Yes,
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency?
This feed just yeeted itself.
While seeing prescription bottles around the house?
Okay. Sorry. They backed it up.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about going to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a
Okay.
second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
She did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
I did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Clancy, Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right?
Yes.
Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course, Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, and when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work, and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
Did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something. He was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he's reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed Callan. She removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
Okay. And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you.
All right. If you are not teared up, just hearing about the kids. It's hard. It's so hard. Sorry of those of you on YouTube. I didn't know that it jumped and it took it away, so I apologize. But we got it back. Okay. Let's see if Reddington has anything to say.
If Lindsay had told you in one of these exchanges, and again, you exchanged mostly either in this notebook or via text, right?
Correct.
If she told you about working out, do you know if she wasn't in the basement where she would go to work out?
I think it was the Kingsbury Club.
And as far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after Thanksgiving.
I think it was December 8th or December 10th.
And In the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, you know, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes,
You also, you got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those
Yes.
kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early
be home?
December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah, I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each other. You texted them Christmas, things of that nature, right?
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you agree that on March 1st of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family?
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Yeah. Do you recall the trooper asking you questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay? They were asking you about your, how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes,
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that she would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, so like also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mhm.
You know who would draw that? Would she draw that, or would you draw that?
I think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home, clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it. And then up Callan up at 10:45, and then some scribbling mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids to eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, no,
Hang on just a second. I was trying to take a picture of that. Hang on.
the kids to eat?
yes, food prep, yes.
Oh, it went
celery and
by
things in
so
1-inch
fast. Hold
squares
on.
so that-
Hold on. Sorry. The stream is acting crazy. Hold on. 1 second. I got to take evidence so you guys can see this later. All right. We're almost done. We're almost there.
The kids to eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about cutting up the vegetables and squares and things?
Yes.
Let's tap for Reddington asking those great questions.
During that period of time that she was unable to sleep, isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, do you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement? Do you remember that?
Do I know when or why?
When was she sleeping in the basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for a period of time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life, as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained.
Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling
Right.
or how she was doing.
And in fact, you noted that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus. Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about thin? Did you notice that she appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home and they're home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her videos of the children playing, and as we saw the baby taking a bottle and the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my texts she responded to.
Did she seem to be appreciative of your work?
Yes, very much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect?
Just one question. In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you observed in the house, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming yourself?
No.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything on that? No. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Counsel, could I see it?
Okay, they have a hard stop. I'm sure they're going to stop right now. I guess we're excluded. We don't get to hear anything because I don't hear anything. I know they stopped. I'm just going through it just to make sure that. I just want to hear it. Okay, here we go. Someone's tapping on the microphone. Court, what are you doing? Oh, now we're at the beeping. Okay, I think they're done for the day. Okay, hang on. Yeah, sorry.
Come back about a point.
Okay.
I told you, we're not going to sit this afternoon. So we're going to break at this point. All right. And so I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Remember those instructions. Don't talk about this. Don't do any research about this. Don't listen about anything. Remember those. Don't talk about it with anyone. And I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And we'll start with the testimony tomorrow. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Good. Please fill the notebooks, please come on your chairs.
All right. I don't know why I hear it twice in my ear. They've got some issues with this feed, so I don't know. Anyways, it's over. Oh, all I can say is, wow, what an impactful day. Can you just imagine if this went all day today? Wow. There is a lot going on. Okay. Please be patient with me. We're going to work, I think I'm going to work backwards. I know it's sad. We're going to work backwards. All right, so let's talk about the nanny first, only because it's fresh in our minds. We're going to talk about the nanny. All right, what are your impressions about the nanny? I'm going to go through and kind of read some of your thoughts. I know it's backwards. So somebody said none of the nanny's business, and I feel like that's overstep for the nanny to ask. I'm not sure exactly what that was. Yeah, not very much from him, but what I think from in my opinion, what I think from Reddington was that he was just hitting the highlights, right? He was hitting the high points of what he wanted to get from her. There was no reason to drag it out. I wrote, you guys, I was writing frantically about the nanny. I have about 4 pages of everything that was said because her statements were very impactful. Her observations were very impactful. The number one question I have about the nanny is she only gets a snapshot of what the family is dealing with, right? And do you tell your nanny everything? Do you tell a stranger who's coming into your house everything? The fact that Lindsay told her some of these things, I feel that they had a connection and that she was comfortable expressing these things to her. The postpartum, she was going to go off breastfeeding. So therefore, she wasn't going to do that anymore and that he was going to have to start taking the bottle. That's a lot for somebody to say that to a person who is just your nanny who's supposed to be in there working. So, and the fact that she stated that she loved her, although loved in the past tense. So I wrote not anymore ? So to me, that sounds like, maybe she doesn't feel the same way. But in her demeanor and everything, so when people go and take the stand, and if they are upset at somebody else, they have ill will towards somebody, you can see it, right? You can see it in their face. You can see it in their body language, even if they don't say anything or like they like have daggers towards that person. I didn't see that from her whatsoever. So I don't know. And you can't read into every little nuance, but you kind of can, right? She was losing weight. She commented about that. I thought that was important. She talked about that she was unable to sleep. We don't know whether or not she was sleeping in the basement. And again, I'm not sure what the prosecution was going to get. One of the other things that I noticed was that the baby was sleeping in their room at 8 months. You guys let me know in the chat. That is hard. Let's see. Yeah, she took them to gymnastics. I believe they had more than one nanny, but I don't know. I thought there was a mention of somebody else, but I don't know the time frame on that. Remember, it hasn't come into evidence yet. If she told her it was probably worse than it was, perhaps, yes. Yes, when you're breastfeeding, it's easier, but so for me, when my child was in the room with me, when you let me know if you when you become a mom, for me, I feel like my sense of hearing was heightened. For example, when the baby would cry, the baby when the baby would move, when the baby would breathe, and when the baby would like make cooing sounds and stuff in the middle of the night, it would instantly trigger me and I would be up. And you want to talk about lack of sleep. Every little movement and what have you was like an anticipation. Is this baby going to get up? What do I have to do with this baby, etc. When I would take the baby and put the baby in the other room and had a baby monitor, I got much better sleep. So I don't know if that is a contributing factor, but I know for me that was. So I want to know if, you guys had any of that as ever. Nolan says, I was single mom living alone. I couldn't function anymore. My kids still sleep with me, but that's just preference. Norma, my kids slept with me for the longest time as well. We even end up getting bigger beds so that we could all sleep together. Especially when it was during the day. I was telling my daughter, I said, if you have kids, the notion is sleep when they sleep. And the answer is yes. I know that's controversial sometimes, but sleep when they sleep. So we would have an afternoon nap. The three of us would have an afternoon nap. And then when one of the kids wasn't sleeping anymore, I was like, oh no, like what happened to my afternoon naps? So that was hard. But yeah, we would all just go into the queen size bed and the three of us would be a big bundle of sleeping together for a nap. And it was glorious. Okay. So you guys have had many, many questions and stuff. So let's just go with the nanny and then we'll work our way backwards. Let's see what else. Again, the nanny only sees a snapshot, right? What was her hours? She worked Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 9 to 1:30. I know it was 8:30 and then they changed it. And she started working with them in September. The first week of September, she stated they started working with them. She interviewed in July, started in September, and then they let her go in December. Do you guys feel that the prosecution was trying to elicit things from her by asking the questions that they did? Do you think that the prosecution was trying to ask her questions that would fit their theory, right? Controlling, obsessive mom, etc. And then let's flip it over to the prosecution, or sorry, the defense. Do you feel like the defense squashed those theories? Did they put to rest that she wasn't a controlling mom about talking about the cubes and how, the schedule, and that it wasn't super obsessive and compulsive, etc.? Nolan says prosecution is using her testimony to show that the mom was not having a massive mental crisis. Absolutely. Yep, that was my next question. Defense didn't do a great job here. Nolan says no. Am I wearing a bow? Yes, I have my bow in today. You can't see it. I wear a bow every day. Can you see it now? It's hard to see. Maybe if I go backwards. I know this is a little bit... now I'm completely gone. I have to work. This is a new lovely background that V made for me. Some people like it, some people don't. We're trying some new things out. Kina, are you not liking my bow? let's see. From 3 to 2 months, he slept in the crib, and then he slept in my bed until 3rd grade. Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised that the Reddington did not press the nanny as much. I love when she told him she couldn't hear him. He's always stepping away. Absolutely. I'm getting a lot of comments of, I can't hear him, and it's not me. Kate says the nanny seemed nice and genuine to me. She sounded like she was talking about a dear friend on the stand, although you wrote dead. Sleeping with the kids is hard, but it's recommended to keep them in your room until 12 months. Oh, Kate, that's great analogy. I don't remember when I kicked my kids out. Yeah, it's hard to and is it inflaming Lindsay? Absolutely. All right, so I'm sorry, we're kind of working backwards to go forwards. Any more talks and thoughts about the nanny? And so let's go ahead, let's do some hearts and stuff so that we might be able to get some more people on the chat with us, because now it's all talking. It's all talking, no more watching. So let's see those hearts. Let's do some tappity tap tap tap, please. All right, so I thought the nanny was really good. I thought that a couple of things went towards the prosecution, a couple of things went towards the defense. To me, I thought the defense won that one. That's my opinion. Because the prosecution is going really hard on this controlling thing, and I don't see that's founded. And as a mother, in my opinion, I don't see that that's founded. All right. Are you guys ready for some DNA? We're working backwards. Okay, I want to tell you this little thing. It's okay, we're going to be science nerdy here for a second. When they go test for DNA, the male DNA is a little bit stronger than the female DNA, and that is why sometimes when they talk about processing DNA, that they're like the male contributor. Why? Because it's the Y chromosome, and I'm going to be a little nerdy here. It is the YSTR chromosome, which stands for the Y short tandem repeat markers, are specific regions of DNA on the male Y chromosome that consists of short repeating patterns. And those are a little bit more amplified when they're doing their PCR, which is the polymerase chain reaction to copy the specific STR areas a million times. Those just come out more. So if there is, I'm trying to be non-specific, but when they're going to look for DNA, the male stands out. So that's why, like, you know, why the explanation of the DNA prosecutor on what you thought was basic knowledge. Oh, all right. Bye-bye, Nanny. All right. Nanny's gone away. Repost, share, follow if you haven't already. And I don't see any hearts. I know we're getting into it. Okay, why explain on DNA by prosecutor on what it is? I thought it was basic knowledge. It is, Caitlin, because how do you do the hearts? Well, if you are on your phone, you just tap. You just tap, 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 tap on your phone. If you're on the computer, if you're on the computer, it's on the side. So you have to tell me what your status is. When you tap, it sends it out to other people, and so other people will get interested, and my feed will bring more people. It's like, my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. The hearts will bring all the people to the chat, to the feed. So, and please, it's free. There's just tap, tap, tap. All right. Caitlin says she feels like the prosecutors are overkilling this. Well, so they have to, it is protocol that, yeah, Patrick haters or Patrick conspiracy people are going to focus on the DNA. So I'm going to tell you what really transpired in the DNA. They tested several different things for DNA. And why did she have to make that big explanation? First of all, she can't come out and say the DNA that was on the band belongs to this person. She can't do that. That is not their scientific protocol. She has to say it's what, let me give an example. It's 1.7 more times likely that it's Dawson's included and this person's excluded, what have you, what have you. So when she says that it's excluded, that means that it's not included and it's not excluded. What does that mean? It means that one person's DNA was more present than everybody else and that there wasn't enough there to include anybody else. And remember, I prefaced that the exercise bands were out all the time, right? So the kids could have been playing with them. She's using them to exercise. Patrick might have used them to exercise. But we know for a fact that when they were around the children, Patrick took them off. So his DNA is going to be on there when he took them off. I also need to preface this. She has already stipulated that she did it. It's not a whodunit case. So, Missy, why did they even go through this if she stipulated this? That's what Kevin Reddington is saying. Why do we even have to test for all of this when she's already, when I say admitted to it? Because inquiring minds want to know. You want to know, I want to know, we all want to know. Here it is. All right. Let's just kind of go over it. She talked about how she did the DNA. I told you it was going to be a long process. She actually dumbed it down for us, which was very good. She didn't take very long. So the yellow band, so they stipulated to the blue band, and the blue band was Callan. The red-brown stain on the floor was Cora. That's what they stipulated to. The ends of the blue band were a mixture, but it ended up being more Dawson, but other people were contributors. The middle of the blue band was Callan, but Dawson was also included in the blue band, but the blue band was used on Callan. So yellow band was used on Dawson, blue band on Callan, and I don't know what color was used on Cora. I'm sure it's in the picture somewhere. So the ends of the yellow band were more likely Dawson. The middle of the band was Dawson. I think the ends of the black band were Dawson as well. So I don't know. The bloodstain B was Lindsay. One they couldn't attest to from outside. It was poor quality. And then the stain D, which was outside, which we don't know exactly where. All right. Miss Rivera, hello. She thinks that the black man was Cora. All right. Something just doesn't add up, though. Tell us more what you think it doesn't add up. Caitlin says, I know that I was thinking when she said she is guilty. If she says that she did it, why is there a jury trial at all? Shouldn't she just be sentenced? That is what's at question right now, Erica. The defense says that she did it because of these circumstances. And the circumstances were that they're claiming insane based upon postpartum, overtired, overmedicated, that she wasn't in her right mental state. And so therefore, she should go to a mental hospital versus going to jail. The state says, you said you did it, go to jail. Hope that clarifies that up. Right. Mary says guilty by reason of insanity. D, I don't know why something doesn't add up. Tell us what your thoughts and opinions are about what doesn't add up. So why does the DNA matter? It's just the reason I think that the DNA matters is just to answer that question for the jury. Because what if the jury, I wanted to know about the blood stain, right? So that question got answered for me. Are there conspiracy theorists out there that think that Patrick did it? Do they think the jury might think that? And so now you can see that even though, by the way, Lindsay is excluded from some of these things, right? Isn't that confusing that Lindsay was excluded from some of these things? No, Lindsay does not deny doing it. Yes, the DNA ratio is very confusing. It is. I hope I cleared it up a little bit for you. I hope I kind of put it to you. Yes, Patrick haters are going to focus on the DNA. Absolutely. No, Nolan, they're not going to say she used gloves and had the ability to think rationally. Nope. And you know why I say no? Is because, first of all, that was never stated. Secondly, there's no evidence to that. There's been no evidence of gloves or anything of that nature. And I need to continue to say this. She already said she did it. The prosecution and the defense are not saying that Patrick did it. She said she did it. That is what we have to go on to. The core body temperature is still something that's in controversy, but we just don't know. We don't know why her body temperature was the way that it is. All right. Any other questions about DNA? V says, I think that the conspiracy is that they want to know if she remembers or was told she did it. Absolutely. Mary, you're not the only one that said that spinal cord injuries lower body temperatures. I believe that, was it Kimberly who said that as well? Kimberly, if you're still with us, did you say that? All right. We have some questions and thoughts over here. Kimberly said she had to go. Mary, you're not the only one that said that. I've had a couple of other people who said that spinal cord injuries lower your body temperature. So that could be a contributing factor. Remember too, she also was barely wearing any clothes. She had like a tank top on. I think she had jeans on, right? That tank top and jeans. So here are the things. For me, I'm coming into this as a juror. I'm waiting to see what evidence comes in for us to talk about and to see what the jurors are seeing and what we are going to get from that. And then we can make our decisions. All these sort of other things that are coming in and out, I don't mind talking about them, but the jury doesn't get to know these answers, right? The jurors cannot Google anything. They're not talking about the case. They're not supposed to. So when I'm talking about these things, I'm talking about it as a juror. All right. So we're going to move on. If there's no more talks about the DNA, let's go into the drugs. The confusing part of the program, which is, all of the all of the sorry. You sent me a message. I got distracted. Oh, call it rugs. CT will get mad. All right. The medication. So you have to be careful what you say on the clock app here because you'll get doxxed. So I'm going to call it rugs. So the rugs that were taken, the rugs that were gone over. I did take a picture of what was put up that was kind of half on there when they were talking about all the pans and the levels in the pans. So I didn't get an exact picture of what was on there. I'm going to see if maybe somebody else has it. And then if you want to see it, you can go find me in other spaces. I can't say what the spaces are, but one has a picture of your and has a book. So if you don't know what that means, we'll let you know, but you can find me over there, same name. That's where I post documents and stuff from the trial that you might have missed. All right, let's talk again about our lovely forensic chemist. His name was Justin Brower. They called him Dr. Justin Brower, but I didn't know that he was a doctor. He's a doctor of what? You know what? Let's look him up. He was from the NSM labs. Let's see if we can find him quickly. Okay, it says Dr. Justin Brower. He's a PhD / FABFT. I don't know what that is. He earned his PhD in organic chemistry, so he can talk about the chemistry of it, but he is not a medical doctor. Okay, prior to his role, he worked as a pharmaceutical drug discovery and spent 13 years as a forensic toxicologist and lab supervisor for North Carolina Office of Medical Examination. All right, so he has some credentials. Again, not a medical doctor. Again, doesn't quite know that Lindsay, what she was prescribed and what, if any, effect that had on her. So he does have some cred. He has some street cred, right? We know that she had quetiapine. We know that. So earlier, remember when they went and they testified for this. So first of all, do you feel that this doctor was sort of repetitive? We already heard some of these things. Or did you feel like he was helpful? Hurtful or helpful? Did he clear up any questions for you that you might have had? Or did he leave you asking more questions? I'm trying to look through my notes to see where that was. So everybody was confused as to what she had and what she didn't have. And remember, they also discussed that things metabolize in your body. And so they break down into these other things. So it wasn't like she had 15 in her body. The prosecution even said she had like 3, right? And so they oh, I'm trying to find it now. I'm losing it. Hold on. All right. I found it. So the benzos that she had in her system were lorazepam, namzepam, oxypazan, tamprazan. She had all of those in her system, but I have it equal to diazepam. And those were the benzos that, and the other ones were the things that broke down into her system. Normdiazepam, oxazepam, Tempozan, and lorazepam. And don't come for me. I'm not a medical person. And I'm a person that if I see the words, I'm more of a visual person. If I see the words, it's better for me. And unfortunately, I didn't get that from that thing. It was cut off, and all I saw were the pants. So if I can find it, we'll see if we can get that for you so we can be a little bit more clear. Then the other one, when Lisa, that was from Hillary Griffiths when she testified yesterday. Lisa Yell testified about the, if you want to call it, the antipsychotic medication, the antidepressant medication, the non-benzos is what I'm saying. She had benzos and non-benzos in her system. And that was, oops, sorry. Hold on, let me get you something that's a little bit more descriptive. I wrote it down better somewhere else. Hold on. 1 second, please. All right, so mainly in her system was the quetiapine, right? And I know Nana's from Utah. I don't know if Nana's still on here, but Nana knows about quetiapine, why it came up in the Corey Richens case that was found in his system. So let me just go through my notes and see what he said about the quetiapine. Remember, he kept talking about the quetiapine and that he said that level was a little bit more elevated. And he said that so he said that quetiapine could be useful for unaliving yourself. When they were talking about therapeutic concentration, they mean under the guidance of your doctor, how much should you take and how much should you have in your system at any given time? And he said most of the levels he felt were therapeutic except for the quetiapine. The diazepam, the lorazepam, the nordiazepam, he said those all equal to a volume. When he was breaking it down, he said those equal Valium. And a whole bunch of you on here said that Valium makes you sleepy. And then yesterday, one of you said, oh, if this makes you sleepy, how is it that she was able to have all this energy and she moved the bed? That's a great question. Right, Amanda, you're right. He didn't say that they were enough, but he did mention that if you were to do it, the quetiapine was the way to go about it. So you would be sleepy and lethargic. It would cause you then to have labored or you would stop breathing is what he said if you did that rug. Remember, rugs equal medication. And they talked about the Narcan. All right, Alive had a lot of people talk about the Narcan. Why was Narcan administered? Well, sorry, TikTok is asking me a question. Sorry, TikTok is asking me to do things. So why did the paramedics do that? Well, they didn't know what she took. I don't know how they know if she took anything, but he said that her pupils were reactive in a way that he assumed was an opioid use. So that's why he gave her the Narcan. And of course, it did nothing because she had no opioids in her system. But I do often wonder, what are the effects if you're given Narcan on someone who doesn't need it? Hang on. All right. I got a whole bunch of trigger warnings. um, I'm trying to read really quickly. Okay, it says Narcan is safe to use if opioids aren't present in the person's bloodstreams. If it's vital because of is suspected, it can reverse the effects. I'll talk about that in just a second. So, long story short, I don't really know the answer to that. So I don't know if and what any effect are on somebody given Narcan and they don't need it. So I was trying to read really quickly to see if I could get you an answer on that. If you know, please let me know in the chat. Plus, we only have 32 people in here. So let's do some hearts to see if we can get some more people to join us. So yeah, let's tappity tap, 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 tap. See, one person just, now we have 32. Tap, 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 tap. So do you have any questions about that? I know there was a whole bunch of questions when it was going on, and I feel bad that I didn't answer. I knew today was going to be short, so I was trying to see if we could just like get through things without stopping and starting so much, because when we stop and start, we're behind, and then people are like, you're behind. Yes, I know we're behind. This is a chat, with a live chat. I'm trying to answer questions. So if I missed your question earlier about anything that you asked, just please ask it again, and I'll be happy to see if we can answer that or help you out. I'm just kind of going backwards to see if I could go forwards. And so, yes, if there by chance happens to be somebody in the chat that's bothering you, yeah, just let us know. I try to read the chat. I do have 2 moderators. Sometimes they're in here, sometimes they aren't. We're not always paying attention wholeheartedly. So if there is somebody in the chat that needs to be yeeted, let me know. I yeeted that one person. So I'm trying to see if I can go back and read any of the questions. All right. Let's talk about what Reddington said in reference to this person. Right, Amanda, it's the same with me. I'm waiting for the medical experts to come onto the stand. I keep saying that. I can't say that enough. Will we hear from them soon? I think that's where we're getting. I think that's sort of like the next progression of, so we know what's in her system. We know what happened here, what happened there, all of the DNA evidence, and pretty much all of the evidence they have against her is in. Now we need to talk about what this medication is and what it does to each person. And we know each person's different. So I'm waiting for the doctors to come in to say what they prescribed, why they prescribed what they prescribed, why she went to this doctor, why she went to that person. I need to know all of that information. I know, but so the one person asked if for that person to be yeeted, and so I felt it was necessary. You want to hear from her current doctor. Now, see, I don't know. Maybe that doctor might testify for the defense currently right now. What is she on right now, and how and why is she stable now, right? Pink Sunset says, I wonder if they will bring in her something online presence. I'm not sure I don't know what you typed there. So it wasn't a family friend. So what happened was, from what I understand so far, is that she went to Jennifer Tufts first, and Jennifer Tufts is with Astor Medical. Then, Prolific. Then perhaps maybe she didn't like what Jennifer Tufts said. Maybe she said that it was alleged that they went to the person at South Shore, who, by the way, wasn't a doctor. I believe it was another PA. That she went to this other doctor at South Shore because they were talking about postpartum depression, and they called it something else. I know was it called perinatal? Something along the lines of that. And I quote me if I'm wrong, or tell me if I'm wrong. That she had something to do with something about like postnatal care. And that is why she went to that person, because his mother was a labor and delivery nurse at Lakeshore. So she went from Jennifer Tufts to that person at Lakeshore. But whatever she was prescribed and was taking there didn't seem to work, because then they went back to Jennifer Tufts. But then, and in between, then she went to the hospital and they said, go to McLean. And then she went for a day and a half and we don't know exactly what happened there. So we need to hear what happened with each one of these doctors. We need to hear how many times she went to McLean, what happened in that, why she was only there for half a day, why she was only there for the 5 days. Remember, the prosecution says that she left because of Cora's birthday party. Patrick did confirm that, but was there anything else? Some people say insurance. I heard some clamorings about insurance. So until it comes in, I don't know. So there is a witness list that was filed. I don't know if I can get my hands on that. I have to look and see. So I will do some research today to see if I can. I do know that in the end, Kevin Reddington put on 4 witnesses that he wasn't supposed to, and they had a big kerfuffle about that. So I will look and see if I can find those things for us. The patient will have no response if they get the Narcan without opioid use. Thank you. What if she knew then that was going to be Cora's last birthday? Yeah. Yeah. We can go down that path. It's a terrible path. All right. Do we have any more questions about the medication? I hope I answered some of those things. So it seems to me that some of these were so one of the questions that I have is that some of these are stated, and it was confusing. Some of them are stated that they're for antidepressants. Some of them say that they're for bipolar. So my question is, remember how Mr. Reddington said in the beginning, he said, she has bipolar. She's been diagnosed as bipolar, and that these medications that she was on messed with that bipolarness, and she shouldn't have been on these medications. She should be on these other medications. So he needs to back that up. Tell us, what was she on that was not for bipolar, and how that mixed in with her and did these things. But then these drugs that are being classified by this forensic toxicologist, he's classifying them as a variety of things, right? And so that is where it comes really, really super confusing, is what, right? We need the psychiatrist. And the psychiatrist who saw her didn't talk about her medication and what she prescribed to her. In the hospital, what was she on? Oh, a helicopter flew over my house. That's unusual. So if you're confused, the jury's got to be confused as well. And as I said, if they have questions that don't get answered, what's going to happen? Just like us, we don't have questions, we go to Google. The toxicologist confirmed benzo, and even if she was on bipolar meds, benzos would be bad. Thank you. That is a great explanation. Yeah, because she was on tons of stuff because she was intubated. Plus, remember, she was also had the surgery. So what did they give her for the surgery? Nothing is wrong, but she was so distraught that she checked into MH Place and to only check out. Right. She knew it was Cora's birthday when she checked out of McClellan. Oh, are you saying that she thinks you, Pink Sunset, are you saying that you believe that she premeditated that? I'm not sure what I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay, when you're talking about her prolific Facebook page, you have to be careful what you put into evidence. There is a thing what's called prejudiced versus probative. That's the legal term. That's the legalese term. Hence my name. You have to be careful that you're not putting things into evidence that is going to put somebody in a bad light. Now, I know that is confusing, right? You're like, but look, this makes this person look bad. But if it makes them overly look bad, you can't put it in. And also, we have to remember, I know it's so hard. We have to remember she already admitted to doing it. So when the evidence comes in, does it fit the narrative of what the prosecution's trying to say versus what the defense is trying to say? So putting in her Facebook posts, is that going to make her look good? Is that going to make her look bad? And is it necessary? Now, I don't know anything about her Facebook posts, so if you have something that you would like to clarify for us, please do. But remember, I'm going in this as a juror, and I hope a lot of you are following along with me, that if it doesn't come in, I don't know about it. And I haven't done a lot of research, except for like now, about certain things. So I'm trying to stay neutral. All right, let's go back. You guys are all typing lovely messages. Let's see. Maybe when she was in the hospital. Okay, Pink Sunset said, yes, you think it's premeditated. All right. Maybe when she was in the hospital, she wasn't stressed and she felt stressed again. It's Reddit. Oh, she made some posts on Reddit. Patrick testified the plan was always to be in a 5-day stay. She checked out only a few hours earlier. Shira, I think you're getting that confused. There were two. Oh, maybe. Okay. You're right. I apologize. You're right. You are correct. But she was there for like 4 days, wasn't she? 4.5 days. Correct me if I'm wrong. Her lawyer said that she stayed 4 days. She left a day early. Thank you. Patrick testified it was only a few hours earlier. All right. Her lawyer said 4 days. Not sure who's right. All right. When I was postpartum, you would not know it by my photos. Thank you, Caitlin. That's right. Amanda says yes. Thank you. So listen, I could be wrong, and I don't mind you correcting me. In fact, please do. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Things aren't going well. If I could be totally wrong. This is what this community is all about. Who's right? We're not necessarily who's right, who's wrong, just, correcting the record, which is fine. Do we have any more questions about the drugs? Rugs. Medication. It's so hard. It's so hard. All right. We're working our way backwards. Nicholas Roberts. He was the Thermo Fisher guy. He no longer works for MSP. He came in to testify that there was no alcohol in her body. And remember when Kevin Reddington was just like, we know that she didn't have any GHB and we know that she didn't have any alcohol. And why are we parading these people in here to talk about these things? We can just stipulate to that. So just remember, Kevin Reddington is trying to cut this trial in half. And the prosecution's like, no, we're going to put on our case. And this is the way they were going to do. And some people said that they're putting it on as if it's an M case versus a non-M case. This is not an M case. I want to reiterate this. She already admitted to doing the crime. Now we need to figure out her time. That rhyme? All right, Eaton Nagiri took the stand. He was the physician's assistant who stitched her up. All right. Chat, we're going to say the word superficial. And as I say the word superficial, please go ahead and do tap, 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 tappity, tap, tap, tap. Yeah, her lawyer calls M case several times. Absolutely. Superficial. I need to know from you, does it matter? Are you hooked on, oh, it's superficial, and so are you with the prosecution? Okay, this is superficial. And the prosecution's trying to paint this picture that, and I've heard it from both sides, so I don't have an opinion thus far in this. I'm just concerned that they can continue to harp on this, and I'm sort of with the defense that they continue to harp on this. And I don't know, I just feel like they're overstepping, just in my opinion. We get it. The wounds were superficial. And if they want to wrap it up in a nice little bow for the jury in the end, they can do it in closing arguments, right? They can say, all right, listen, her wounds were superficial. The rugs that were in her system were not indicative of XYZ. Then she had to go out the window. And then they need to wrap up what they're trying to say to the jury in reference to those 3 items. Medical superficial is different than normal people superficial. Prosecution needs to let it rest. Thank you. I do like that he came in and talked about what he sutured and what he didn't, because I have to tell you that I feel like it was quite convoluted and muddled. The waters were muddied as to what was sutured, what wasn't sutured. So I did like that he came in and said, I did the right wrist, not the left wrist. I didn't do the neck. She didn't need that. Okay, great. We got that. Perfect, understandable. Those wounds will heal on their own with bandages, etc. But he did go ahead and make 3 sutures to this wound. Great. But Reddington, gobbledygook. Mr. Reddington, gobbledygook is not a legal term, and we don't know what you're trying to say. So that cracked me up that Reddington was just like, do we need all this gobbledygook? When he was talking about the DNA person. So tomorrow we're going to play a game, and I don't know how I'm going to do this, but we're going to list some specific words and or phrases and everything, and just so that we keep everything sort of interactive with me and you, and so it's not just sort of stagnant. First of all, anytime Reddington makes me laugh, you gotta tap. We gotta tap, because if he's making me laugh, he's got to be making you laugh. Now, I know some people are probably annoyed with him. Just remember, he's doing. Court is a theatric place. It's like a drama. It's like a play. You go to a play and you see, or you watch television, right? Whatever. Love Island, right? That's so full of drama, right? Everybody loves Love Island. So it's kind of like Love Island meets courtroom. And you've got a lot of stuff that's being thrown at you as the jury and what have you. If Mr. Reddington can come off as personable, right? If they're like, oh, I'm going to chuckle with Reddington because he made me laugh, it kind of cuts the tension in the courtroom, kind of changes the dynamic. Plus, if you haven't noticed, he did bring up the nightstand drawer. He did. He didn't say the drawer, but he alluded to it. When Reddington objects or says these things, he threw off the prosecutor. If you didn't notice, she was like, and that's also, it's a game. And he did that today to her, and she lost it a little bit. She regained her composure, but yeah. We're back on the bow. I can't deal with the prosecution's bow lady. She annoys me so much. Yes, so this morning we had hearts for the bow because it was white this morning. So yes, the bow is a bone of contention, not only on here, but I see it in other places as well. All right, let's see where we are. Okay. So that's it. That's all that we talked about today. That's all the people that we talked about. Let me see if I have some questions. Oh, so I asked if whether or not when I go down, I go away. I asked whether or not if they thought, oh, I don't know anything about the bow being for Cora. If we did, that's quite prejudicial. If the jury knew that, that would be terrible. Because as a prosecutor, you're supposed to be neutral. You are not supposed to, you're not supposed to wear anything. You're not supposed to do anything. You're not supposed to show any sympathy towards the victims. I hope the jury doesn't know that. Ooh. So far, she's always worn a bow. Every day I've seen her, she's had a bow in her hair. Well, I bet you the jury doesn't know that per se, because if she did, that could be, you want to know something? That could be a mistrial. You know that? Yeah. So, a question that I had, and I wondered if you guys had the same question was, and I said this earlier, was if they thought that she had ingested a whole bunch of rugs before she went out the window, did they pump her stomach? I haven't heard anything about that, so the answer is no. Yeah, maybe she just likes both. Could be a total coincidence. Exactly. Just between you and me, I would think that she wouldn't do that. She knows better as a prosecutor. But I don't know. Can we Google her? Yeah, permission to Google her. Her name is Buckingham. But if you do and you see the picture of her, it's probably from the front. You're probably not going to see. Oh, my computer's thinking. It's toggling. Hold on. All right, let's see if there's some chatter. Let's see if there's some chatter on the internet about it. All right, here we go. The prosecutor. Oh, well, why does that, my window just wants to not. All right. Shannon Buckingham's decision to wear a black bow during the Lindsay Clancy trial has sparked widespread debate and speculation online among viewers tracking the case. During her opening statement, she said that Cora loved to wear sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. When Patrick took the stand, he also stated that she liked to wear bows. While the gesture is seen as being a meaningful tribute, it has divided legal observers and social media users on all of the forums, especially one that we're on right now. And some of legal professions and commentators argue that using her hair accessory to reference to the victim is distracting and unprofessional or emotionally manipulative to the jury. Well, geez, isn't that kind of what I just said? Others argue that it's harmless personal style of choice or quite or a quiet, respectful way to focus on the children. Well. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Yes, I'm wearing a bow, but I've worn a bow well before this trial started. So, Amanda, are you saying you don't like my bows? I was wearing bows well before this trial started, and I've been doing this for a while, and my bows are sort of so everybody has like a brand, right? I'm trying to brand myself as the lady who wears the bow. So you're like, oh, it's the one with the bow. And you'll see there, we're going to have some stuff that comes out, and the bow is sort of like the signature of this is who this person is. So you can kind of relate who I am, etc. It's my brand. I'm doing a brand. Besides that, she wears her bow way back. Mine's up front and to the top of my hair. Hers is all the way back. I know you can't see it because the way that this is situated. Oh, see, and even when I go away, I disappeared. Sorry. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you. So I don't know. I mean, if we're gonna go, if we as the chat are gonna go this route about this bow and what it means versus blaming Patrick Clancy for everything, I'll go with the bow conspiracy over the Patrick Clancy conspiracy. All right, is Miss Rivera still in my chat? If you are, make yourself known. If you are still here, please let me know if you're still here. Miss Rivera, if she's not in the chat, she sent me a message about the shoes. If you don't know about the shoes, let me know about the shoes. The shoes. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that, if you have looked at the shoe controversy and if you think that he changed the shoes. Oh, Mary wants to know about the shoes. All right. Mary, there's a controversy going around that Patrick Clancy, when he was walking into CVS, has a pair of brown shoes on. When he went to the restaurant at 3V, he had a different pair of shoes on, which were tennis shoes. And if you look at the front of the shoes, they look diametrically different. When he walks into the CVS, it doesn't look like there's any laces on, but when you see him in 3V, you can definitely tell those are tennis shoes. And so people are saying that he changed shoes. Why did he change shoes? So the conspiracy theorists are like, he changed shoes in between the two. So I think he changed shoes. So Miss Rivera sent me a thing. Somebody had like a side-by-side picture, and they did the whole, showing of the things. And I think that they look different. She's like, well, maybe it could be lighting. I think he changed shoes. Why? I don't know. I don't know why he changed shoes, but yes, that was on my list to talk to you about the shoes because that is a point of contention and controversy. All right. Oh, I wrote those are other notes. Let me just look at some of my highlighted notes. What do you guys think about Lindsay losing weight? Do you think her losing weight had anything to do with was she starting to be manic at that point? And the other thing too is they don't give us a timeline. So when was that she was losing weight? And so those of you who might be on these medications, does it suppress your appetite? That's a great question. Let me see if I can Google that. Do the rugs that start with a B suppress your appetite? That says no. All right. Do anti-P ones? No, that doesn't either. Okay, what about antidepressant? No, antidepressants don't either. Diazepam, which is we know what she was on, is Valium, and it is a benzo, and it says it does not suppress your appetite. It says it's most likely to increase your appetite. So when you say that she was exercising a lot, that hasn't come in. Just the notion that she was exercising a lot, but what, again, when the prosecution says that, what's excessive? What are they talking about? I want to know what excessive exercising is. So, and the nanny touched a little bit on it, but I didn't see any evidence that it was excessive or that that it wasn't that the nanny could say for certain that it was excessive as the prosecution says. Oh, Shira, I haven't read the malpractice suit, so that's where you got it from. Okay, but so hopefully we get to hear that in this trial. The prosecution alluded to it, and so we, as the at-home jurors who know nothing of the malpractice suit, would like to know if that's going to come in. And because they said it in opening, just an FYI, when a prosecutor or defense says things in opening, even though it's not evidence, the jurors, me, are expecting them to state their claims and make their claims known. So they mentioned it. I'm still waiting for the answer. Why did the judge call it short today? I think there are two reasons why they called it short today. One, it seems like they keep saying they have work to do. What does that mean? There might be, I haven't seen any motions come through that they're fighting over. I thought that all the motions that they had that were done. But they might still be infighting about little things here and there. So I haven't really seen much. Hang on, let me see. By the way, she's in Tewksbury State Hospital. If that wasn't noticed for some of you guys, that's where she's housed right now. All right, I'm just there's like a court docket that has some of the things that are going on. I'm reading that right now, and there's nothing new filings. So why did they go short today? There are two reasons I can think of. One is that they have to still go through whatever evidence that they need to go through. Maybe they're still fighting about what's stipulated, what isn't. Then perhaps they're talking about what witnesses are still going to come in, what isn't going to come in. Again, I think we're headed for some very heavy testimony by some of the doctors, psychiatrists, psychologists, the doctors who administered her medicines. It's going to get really heavy in these next upcoming days. That's what I predict. Here's my crystal ball. That's what I predict. Now, the crystal ball could be wrong. The crystal ball could be wrong. Not me. I blame it on the crystal ball. So the other thing that I think, and I think this is more in line, and I would have to look at, hang on. Side quest. Everybody, side quest. Really quickly, side quest. Let me see if I can find it. I think maybe the court has something else going on. And Missy, how do you find that? You look at the court docket for the day. Give me a second. Let me see. What am I in? All right, hold on. If you guys want me to go on this side quest, I'll tell you what the side quest is. It is looking up the court docket for the day. And if Judge Sullivan has something else on his court docket or his court calendar, sorry, look at the court calendar. And if he has something on it other than Lindsay Clancy, then that means he is hearing something else from somebody else. So let me see if I can look it up really quickly. It takes a second because it's not always just like right in your face. You have to like search for it. So hold for one moment, please. See if I can just quickly look for it. I need the daily docket. Where am I looking at? No, I don't want this. Well, let's see. I want the trial court calendars. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I clicked the wrong one. All right, this is in Plymouth. Hold on. I'll show you guys in just a second. See if my theory is right. All right. I'm scrolling through. Hold on just a second. If I find what I'm looking for, I will let you know if I am right. Okay. So I believe they're in Plymouth. 1 second. I don't even see Lindsay Clancy on here. I don't even see Judge Sullivan on here. All right, I'm trying to look really quickly. All right. I didn't even see Lindsay on there. Sorry. Thought I had like a bombshell. So Judge Sullivan cannot tell a jury that he has something else that he needs to do. So I think that Judge Sullivan might be hearing another case this afternoon or hearing something. Some judges, if they're the judge on the bench and there's something called exigent circumstances, right? Something that comes up. And so if you're a judge on a bench and you're a sitting judge on the bench, they might come to you for something that needs to be done right away. Now, I know this was sort of scheduled, so maybe there's something else that's coming in that he needs to be in court for the afternoon. I don't know for sure. Speculating. That's what's going on. So, what do I think about the nanny? She said some nice things about Lindsay. She certainly did. I talked about her a little bit before, and I said that, you can tell when somebody is on somebody who's taken the stand and whether or not they like the person that they're talking about or referencing. And she didn't seem to have daggers in her eyes for her. But the statement that she made that she what was the phrasing? That she loved past tense Lindsay means that she probably doesn't know that maybe she doesn't love her anymore. You can go ahead and get lunch. If you don't know, I'm going to give you a little preview. I am in a loft in my house. I'm going to describe my house to you. And means that I have no walls around me. And our kitchen is directly below me. And so my husband's in there making lunch and he wants to make lunch. So he's going to be a little noisy. And he, wants to, oh, the live keeps freezing. I'm sorry. I don't know why the live is freezing. There's no interference. So are other people having problems with the live being frozen? Just let me know. Tell him to. Mary says, make my lunch too. He can't make my lunch. He doesn't know what I'm having for lunch today. Actually, I really need to make my lunch, so it's okay. I still, by the way, I still haven't eaten my breakfast yet, Mary. It's okay. Here's my breakfast. It is my regular, normal breakfast. It is some egg whites, some spinach, and some chicken maple sausage. If you have not tried the Applegate chicken maple sausage in the links, not the patties, please go to your local grocery store. Not sponsored, but they are delicious. So, and they're good for you too. They're supposed to be organic or something or less processed. I don't know. So yeah, so it does look yummy. So I haven't eaten, which is fine. I'm with you guys. The nanny was great. I liked the nanny. I thought she made some points for both sides. I thought she made some points for the prosecution and she made some for the defense. I was leaning that she made more for the defense than the prosecution by the questions that she asked. The prosecution did get in that let me see. Well, that she talked to her about her being postpartum, right? That she also talked to her about that she was going to be on some rugs and that she was unable to breastfeed. So the prosecution got those things in because remember what the prosecution wants to paint her as the picture of is that she was normal. She's just a normal mom, just like everybody else. And if you if you know the Karen Reed case, you know that Jennifer McCabe said, I'm just a normal mom. I'm just a normal soccer mom. Lindsay Clancy was a normal mom. Megan says that she agrees with that she did a good job for both the defense. How do you think she helped the prosecution? Well, they got in a couple of things that they wouldn't have gotten from other witnesses, right? Let me see. They were trying to get into the working out thing with her, but I think that they didn't make the mark there. They were also alluding to the fact that she was taking care of the kids more than Lindsay was, but that the nanny said that her primary job was Callan and that every once in a while that she would. Oh, I want to know. Oh, why couldn't Lindsay drive? And when was that? So she took the kids to the gymnastics place in October because Lindsay couldn't drive. And she volunteered to take the kids. Anybody have any ideas? Any ideas? New med. That'll be interesting. I did like highlight that for a discussion. She asked her, do you know why she couldn't do it? And she said no, she couldn't answer that question. So is something nefarious happening? She was having some sleep issues. That came in through the nanny. That was very important. And then she stated that she had postpartum. They kept asking her about the basement. Do you guys have any idea why she continued to ask her about the basement? Was she sleeping in the basement? Did you know that she was sleeping in the basement? Is there a question about her sleeping in the basement? Patrick testified that she was sleeping in the basement. Did you go to the basement to do laundry? What were the questions about the basement and why are they so important to the prosecution? And did you know that she went to the ER? She said no. I'm reading my notes. This was a hit for the defense. She was a wonderful mom. Patrick Clancy also testified to that as well. So that begs the question. How did a wonderful mom go from a wonderful mom to a not wonderful mom? Right? And if you're questioning it and you're like, and you say to yourself, only somebody who is out of their mind would do this, right? I'm using general terms. I'm not classifying anybody, and I'm not saying anything specifically about her. Just saying, in layman's terms, you would say that out loud to yourself. Why would someone do that? And you would kind of go down that route. So, does that mean that that's the defense's theory, that that's where she went? Because nobody in their sane mind would do this. Question mark, asking you. She had sleep issues. She had difficulty sleeping. They kept trying to get her to talk about the workouts and her weights and stuff like that. She couldn't answer that. They did talk about that there was medication in the cabinet in the kitchen, but not the drawer. They did try to get into that. Have you ever been into the bedroom and what have you? Did you see any medications there? She couldn't testify to that. And so here's the thing. I liked that. I like that about her, that she couldn't testify to it. So typically, if you say no, you can't try to end round to get her to answer something. Not like the doctors that they were doing, right? They were testifying. That's the other thing. Every time Reddington testifies, that's going to be on our game that we're going to play. We're going to tap, 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 tap every time Reddington testifies. We'll make a playlist. So you know that her parents came around Thanksgiving time. I want to hear about that and what what was going on. All right, you guys are talking to me, so let's see what you guys said. There is a photo I saw of her on Facebook with the baby, and she does not look right. So Pink Sunset, see, yeah, you have some things. She was 100% not ready, clearly, to be a mom of 3. No, not the draw. Are you leaning anyway on this case yet? Nope, Megan, I'm still on the fence. Until all the evidence comes in, I'll give you my thoughts and opinions. I'm just trying to state thoughts and opinions that I had here and see if you guys are in line or if I'm mistaken. Makes me wonder if she had stopped after Cora, but we'll never know. So Pink Sunset, from what I heard, Dawson was first, then Cora, then Callan. So I don't know if that changes your dynamics, but that's what I heard. I don't know where I heard that from. So if I'm wrong and you know something different, let me know. But I think that's what, her baby making. Unfortunately, there's been no evidence so far in trial that I know she had a traumatic birth after Cora. Dawson was also she had some trauma with, actually Dawson was the worst trauma for her. And then Callan was a lot easier. So I don't have any evidence that she should have stopped at one child versus a second or a third. Patrick didn't allude to that, and I would like to think that he would have some sort of, if that was an issue for her, that that should have been brought up. Now, I know there's been some small notions of her journals and stuff that say what her thoughts and feelings were, but that specifically hasn't come in yet as to whether or not she should have stopped after Cora having children. We talked about her having the baby in the bedroom. I do wonder if the parents are going to testify. I will, after we're done here, I'll go search and see if I can find a witness list and let you guys know. But just because you're on a witness list doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to testify. It's just that you think that these people are going to be called. So we'll see. Interesting that her and Patrick went for a walk, and when they came back, no more nanny, right? I think I like that. So some people are like, some people are blaming Patrick for a lot of things. We don't know what Patrick's culpability is in any of this. We only know what's coming in through the testimony. But it was interesting that they went for a walk, and then when they came back, they told her that they had to let her go. Which to me, if you want to draw some conclusions, means that they were talking about it. We know from we know from Reddington's testimony that or from some other people's testimony that she was having, or Patrick specifically, that every time she was trying to go back to work, she was having anxiety about going back. So, right, they didn't ask her anything about Patrick. And we don't know whether or not if she had many dealings with Patrick. Just seemed like it was very limited, which seems like it was mostly Lindsay, right? And of course, so I put question mark about time frame. When a nanny or somebody outside of your house comes in and is focused on taking care of the children, sure, they make observations and stuff about your family, your livelihood, etc. But I don't think she knew everything. And can one fully, it's the same thing with Patrick. Can Patrick fully know everything that's going on with you? And I've asked this question before. Are you fully honest with your partner or your spouse about everything that's going on with you? And I think that is also part of the crux of this case is that, and it's been mentioned before, was Lindsay honest with her thoughts, her feelings, etc.? Plus also, you as a woman, right? Women, we are typically labeled as crazy, and I'm going to state that. If you see where it's throughout time, right? You're hysterical. You're having these thoughts and these feelings. And even if we think back to, let's go way back to the 1900s, 1910s, 1920s. Remember how they have all of these things for women because you're hysterical and that you just need to, most of the time they would send you to the seaside or they would lock you up in an institution, right? Because you're having these thoughts and these feelings or you're not acting appropriately. Has that progressed through the age of time? And here we are now talking about a woman in her mental health and these meds working for her, are they not? And ultimately, sorry, TikTok is talking to me. Ultimately, did she do what she do because of XYZ? So, exactly, that's what fed the Salem trials. You think that she had tremendous help and support. Do you think that Patrick was very supportive and helpful to her? Or do you think that Patrick was lacking in some of the support for her? Again, I'm on the fence. Until everything comes in, I'll make my opinion. But I keep swaying back and forth just to let you know. And talking about it with you guys also sort of, helps. Okay, when you say he got her a nanny, that is a big statement. Did she get the nanny? Did she get a nanny herself? She had her in-laws, husband work from home, plus a nanny, and she didn't work either. He was working from home. Yep. Not sure my husband would be eating brunch with friends knowing my mental state. That's great. She wasn't working. Either way, he funded it. But she was working too, so she had some money too. Sorry, I'm not picking on you. I just have an issue with that statement. And the reason why I have an issue with that statement is because, remember, she stated that so in between the children, she was working. She went back to work with Cora. She went back to work with Dawson. Maybe she wasn't working as much, but she was working. So remember, she made that statement that she was she was sad because she was spending the family's money. She said family's money. She didn't say his money. She said family's money. I think she needed more help and it was being downplayed. Why did Patrick take the trips? I missed that. Were they work related? We know the New York one was work related. The other one, he took Cora skiing in like California or something like that. Yeah, we're not 100% sure who funded. And I'm not picking on you. I'm not picking on you. I'm just asking questions. We're having a conversation. They are a family B. I don't know what that means. I don't say I'm spending husband's money myself. Okay. So the nanny was supposed to come and take care of Callan while she was going back to work. And so what's alluded was that she was going to come in to sort of see the family dynamics before Lindsay was going to go to work. And remember, she said that she was surprised that when she came in, and I think it was in November that she came in and Lindsay was supposed to be taking a nap because she thought Lindsay was working. And that they let the nanny go like the second week of December. Yeah, the nanny was there. I have it in my notes here. The nanny was hired. The nanny started in, hang on. The nanny started September 5th of 2022. Is that right? I think that's right. 2022. She started September 5th and she went until the first week of December. And they gave her 2 weeks notice or gave her 2 weeks pay. I'm trying to see where I have it written down. Hang on. Okay. She said Thanksgiving, after Thanksgiving, she had come in to the kitchen and she expected Lindsay to be asleep because she expected Lindsay to have gone back to work. So just after Thanksgiving, Lindsay was supposed to have gone back to work. So the nanny was with her, September, October, November, 2 months prior to this. So yeah, I agree. No, not a full year, just a couple of months. So September, because if I'm not mistaken, wasn't the unaliving January of 23? January 24th of 2023. So that would be September, October, November, December, January. So that's 5 months prior to. All right. So some of you, I'm going to go back with some of your things. Yeah, the nanny said no, December 8th or 10th was like her last day. Yes, they cut it short today. They stated that they were going to be out at 1 o'clock, but they left a little bit earlier. So I went over how long the nanny was there. And then I forget when he went to New York for the couple of days that he left her. So then my thoughts are, and they asked that, if you went to New York, you didn't, why didn't you do it then? Right? Are they going to talk about having any issues prior to this, like in college or anything like that? I think that I don't know the answer. I think they're only going to concentrate on this time frame because if you see like in other cases, if they go too far back, that they can say that doesn't relate to what's happening now in this period in this time and this is what happened at this moment. So I think that they're going to, have it here. Oh, Pink Sunset, I don't know what you're talking about. Why are we talking about summer homes? Is that what the one in California when they went skiing was that their other house? Is that what you're saying? Or you're just saying like them going skiing is extra things? I'm not sure what you're referring to. I admit that the Clancy had a lifestyle. Oh, you're saying that Duxbury is. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm picking up. Yes. Yes. Him taking the 5-year-old skiing is a lifestyle. Absolutely. And if they can afford, so that brings up a great question, Pink Sunset. Here we go. If they have this lifestyle that they can go skiing or wherever they have a lot of extracurricular activities that they've done, both of them, then why was she so worried about going back to work and staying home and not contributing to the family's money, even though Patrick said they had enough money for her to stay at home? And then I heard some smatterings about her being in McLean, and again, not in testimony, just some TikTok stuff, that she was in McLean and that insurance kicked her out. We have no testimony to that. But here, if you say, they have this wealthy lifestyle or what have you, they could have paid for her to stay. And you say that she really didn't want to go back. So Pink said, are you saying, I'm just trying to see if I can get from context clues from some of the things that you're saying. Are you kind of agreeing with the prosecution that you think that since the nanny was gone, that the pressure of her having these 3 children was on her, and that she feels that she had all of this help before and the help was taken away, so therefore she did what she did? Am I assessing that correctly? This is a place where people mix up their Canadian Goose down jackets on the regular. So I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Are you saying that Canadian Goose jackets are expensive and therefore people just sort of walk around with them and maybe. Pink Sunset. Are you leaning towards prosecution? Are you on the fence, or are you leaning towards the defense, or are you not sure? Oh, Pink Sunset is saying that she's from the same city, and the Clancy is saying it's very rich. So here's the thing, Pink Sunset. I'm going to give you a little tidbit. I lived in Boston. I lived in Cambridge, and then I moved to Newton. So I have a generalized idea. I lived there for 7 or 8 years. So I kind of know the New England area just a little bit. I don't know about each suburbs, etc. But I do know it's expensive to live there. And I did see their house, and I didn't look it up on Zillow to see how much it sold for, but I can imagine it was a lot. So yes. And just as you stated, it's all right, Pink Sunset. I love that. He didn't sell it. You think you rented it? You couldn't find it for sale online? Side quest. Google knows exactly what I'm doing because I typed 47 SUM and it took me to their house. Google is hearing me. All right, let's see. So the history said it last sold in July 25th of 2018 for approximately $500,000. And the Z estimate currently right now, which you take it with a grain of salt, is $788,800. Excuse me. Interesting. So you might absolutely be correct. And if he rented it, Google says that he sold the family house in January of 2024. It was an off-the-mark transaction. He sold the property in an off-market deal. Now, take it with a grain of salt. you can't always trust what was read on Google. Pink Sunset. You will not find a lowest price. Okay, there you go. Yeah, the Z estimate. Yeah. So Pink Sunset said that he sold the property to a retired, and I think an attorney. From what the judge said, it was a couple of men. It was a men who were a couple. So 2 men. Does Lindsay's money from the divorce go to her parents? I would say the money for Lindsay's divorce goes into her bank account. Whoever is in control of her bank account, but it goes to her, right? She needs to pay for medical bills. She needs to pay for her attorney. She's not, I don't think she's, well, it depends on how she's classified, right? Right. Pay Reddington. It depends on how she's, whether or not they have, I'm having a brain issue. What is it called? It's not power of attorney. It's something else. Hold on. There's a word for it. I'm having a brain issue. Cannot think of what it is. It's not necessarily a power of attorney. It's whether or not you have okay, yeah. Is there a guardianship, a conservativeship over Lindsay Clancy? And I would say the answer is yes. Okay, so Pink Sunset, you said, but Duxbury is literally, there are no words. Oh, you've had multiple incidences in Duxbury. I can't say that word. Would it be I think you meant to say guardian ad litem, but it says guardian at kitten. Caitlin. Guardian ad litem is for the children. There's not a guardian ad litem for an adult. Could be a Netflix show. Oh my gosh, Pink Sunset. Do tell. So, okay, you're telling me Pink Sunset has put us on a side quest. Pink Sunset, you're saying that Duxbury is a very richy, wealthy place, but there's been a lot of M's there. Are you saying that, I'm sorry, I have to go on this, I don't know, and I need to know now. Inquiring minds need to know. Are you saying that a lot of rich people are Ming other rich people, or is this a place where Pink Sunset? I have no words. I have no words. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I had no idea. Oh, my heart goes out to you. I am so sorry for your loss. You know many of the first responders. Oh, so now I feel bad asking this question. Is it others coming into the area committing these crimes because of the wealth in that area, or like, no? Was it a domestic situation? You say they. Oh, the first responders came to your house. Okay. Total entitlement. Okay. But you said there's a lot of M's going on there. And then you included your daughter. So the M's that are being committed, are they being committed by the people who live in Duxbury? Or is it outside influence coming in? Is it domestic situations? That is very sad. I'm so sorry for the loss of your daughter. Would you mind telling us what her name is? And if I get too close to the line or you don't want to say anything, you just say you don't want to talk about it, and it's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. I don't want to get into anything that you don't want to share. So it's completely up to you. But I'm terribly sorry for your loss. Yeah. Having the loss of a daughter, so now I can see why you are where you are. I can totally see it now. Okay. I get it. I get it. You're using your thoughts and your common sense, and if you were on this jury, that's what you would use to come up with your opinion. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's very heavy, very heavy. And unfortunately, there's nothing we can say or we can do, just that we support you. And if you need to talk, we're here for you. We're here for you. Oh, so oh my goodness. How long has your case been? Because civil litigations can take a long time. Mm. If you haven't followed me, please do. I understand that you want accountability. So let me ask you this question. Oh, I am almost at 1K. I haven't even looked. Thank you. Pink Sunset, question for you. Typically, most civil attorneys, they take a retainer up front. You don't have to tell us specifics. They take a retainer up front for the wrongful death, and then they get paid on the end once and if you get a settlement. Is that your current status, or you didn't have to pay anything, and on the back end, if and when you get a settlement, then they'll take their cut? I just need to know. I'm at 922. All right. Well, there's only 19 people in here, and I assume all of you 19 people have already followed me. Oh, no payment up front. Wow, really? That has got to be expensive, honey. That has got to be a lot. Oh, darling, that is a lot. Well, everybody, Put a heart in the, make some hearts for Pink Sunset, please. And we will be thinking about you and hoping that things are going well for you. You said it's been 2 years. Are you going to trial anytime soon? Are you going to trial anytime soon? Or do you think it's going to be settled out of court? Sorry, we side quested. We're not talking about Lindsay Clancy anymore. We're talking about Pink Sunset. She needs a little bit of support and love right now. She just admitted a few very deep and heavy things, so we're going to take a moment with her. If you care to answer. Who's your judge? Oh, shoot. Hold on. TikTok is making me make a puzzle. All right. Oh, that is so cute. You guys sent a heart. That's so sweet. Oh, you don't know yet. Yeah, puzzle time. Oh, you don't know yet. Oh my goodness. So it's just sitting out in Netherland. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're still pretty early. When did you file? You said it's been 2 years though. When did you file? Hi, C&B Creations. All right. I know there's only 16 of you on here, so we don't really have a lot of people. A lot of investigation prior. Okay, so a lot of behind the scenes things. If you didn't know already, and I wish I would have brought this up earlier, but hold on just a second. I have something to give to everyone, especially if you were here yesterday. Some of you may know about this, some of you may not. I want to share this with you. Sorry, Pink Sunset. I'm switching topics for just a second here. All right, here we go. Everybody, here you are. Everybody who was in the chat yesterday in our, let's see if I'll put it up a little bit over my face. Everybody who was in chat yesterday and who listened to the blood spatter analysis person. Remember, I said we're all experts now. And so here you go. Here is your certificate of recognition. My Law Lovies chat. You guys are a master of blood stain pattern analysis. And there's some other writing and stuff on the end. So here you go. You all are experts. I have deemed you experts. And if you want to claim your certificate, I'll mention this tomorrow when we are have a lot more people. If you would like to claim your certificate, you can go to the place that has this /book, and you can go on there, and I put it on there, and you all can claim one if you wish to. So you can all claim your certificate. You are all now experts because you sat through that analysis. So, yay. All right, my Law Lovies, there's not very many people on here, and I understand that it was a short day today, and I understand that. So, myself and V are working on a couple of things behind the scenes. And so once I have everything together every day, so my goal is every day to be 1% better. What does that mean? So as you see today, we had this lovely background. Some people don't like it. So tomorrow we'll have a different background and then we'll vote. Now, mind you, some of the people that didn't like it may not be the people that are constantly on my chat, and not one person determines exactly how I'm going to do things, but I thought we would maybe make a pool or something like that, and a poll. What is it? Did I say pool? Poll. We'll make a poll and see which background people like. Because this was a little polarizing for some people. It's a little too pink, a little too neon for some people. Plus, my sister, who's in the chat, said she didn't like it either. And V gave me a couple of options. I liked this option, but It's okay. She gave me another one that's a little toned down. We can do that as well. So, also, V is working on some other things with me, and I appreciate that so much. So tomorrow will be a little 1% better, and I just need to ask her some questions and then work on what the next step will be. And then every day we're going to have a little bit more and a little bit more. And as we grow, we'll have a little bit more and a little bit more. And I have a whole bunch of fun stuff planned for us in my mind. I just need to get there. I didn't know I was going to be where I was. So you'll have to forgive me because I didn't know what I could do. I didn't know I could do this here on this platform, and I didn't know what response I would get. So it's a learning experience for me. And if you have some knowledge that I don't and you want to share with me, please do, as long as it's in a very nice and helpful way, so that we can grow this community together and that we can learn from one another and we can have fun. Because so this place is very deep for a lot of people. And as you see, people are on both sides. It is very, very heavy. And when I laugh or I'm making light of something or what have you, I don't mean to make light of this situation. This is horrific. It is horrific that 3 children were taken from this family, but we're not here to kind of go through that. We're here to talk about kind of like the legal reasons behind it and what's going to come in and where things are going to go. So I'm not downplaying the fact that the children are no longer with us. That is very, very terrible and horrific. So I don't mean to offend anybody. And if I did, oh my gosh, that's so cute. I wish I could take the hat off. Yeehaw, everybody. Are those these special effects that are going on that you guys are doing to me? Oh my gosh, the doggy's so cute. Oh my gosh, the dog is so cute. Oh, the TikTok rating money. Now I can do some of those things, right? On the effects trend. Let's see. I know I can, so I can give myself some kitty. Oh, I don't want to do that. So I know I could give myself some kitty ears. I wish they had like a judge. Like, you know how like the judge wears a judge wears like the wig. Can you make your own appearances? See, there's so much that I have to learn. And now that I have the ears, I don't know how to take them off. Oh wait, do I just, oh, there we go. So I'm learning all the things. So the other thing too is that when, oh, it's in my gift gallery. Oh, how cute. So the other thing I need to know is how in the chat, when you do the tap, 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 how do I put that in the chat? I don't know how to do that. Can I do that? So I know that there's like emojis. I know there's emojis that I have, but I don't have the tap, tap, tap. Oh, there it is. Silly me. There it is. Yay, there it is. All right. Just took me a second to figure that out. Okay. All right. I'm learning. Plus, I'm also doing it on the computer. Just if you didn't know, I'm on the computer versus my phone. I would never be able to do this on my phone. Okay. So I found it. All right, La Lovies. There are only 14 of us left. And as much as I love to sit and chat with you. Oh, thank you, Mary. I appreciate you. So since there are 14 here on you, I can tell you some of the things that we're working on. So V made a Discord chat. Let me know if you're on Discord. because V made a Discord chat and I got to figure out how to incorporate that. So that's what my goal is later on today, is to figure out how to do a Discord chat and get that ready and get that out to everybody so people can talk on that. Then there are some other things that I can't quite say just yet until they're in production. So production. As soon as I get that rolling out as well. So I have a couple of things that I have to do there. But there will be a couple of other things that we're doing on here. We're going to make some more like emojis and stuff and special stuff. The other thing that we're going to do is, and I'll ask some people too, their thoughts, is so I need to know if you guys like to read motions. Do you like to read motions yourself, or do you like to have them read to you? There are people on both subsets. And to me, in some of the cases, the motions are the T. And that is where you get pretty much how a case is laid out before the case goes to court. Hi, Jeannie. You fumbled on my page, and I am the spinning image of your mom. Why, thank you. I hope that's a good, I hope you like your mom. I'm the spinning image of your mom. Well, today I'm like a ghost today because I have this weird background and working on some stuff. So today I'm kind of floating. That's the other thing I need to work on, is how to figure out why I'm not so floating. So yes, so we can upload to the Discord files. Yeah, it's just an idea. So hi, Jeannie. Make sure you follow me. Jeannie, you wanted to send me a photo, but it went weird out. Oh, okay. So I need to know if people are interested in motions and if they're interested in reading them and like where to place them, etc. So I need to work on some of those. Mary says, I like to read motions when you have time. Mary, do you like if I came on here and I read the motions to you? Because that's one of the things that we're going to do as well. All right, let's see if there's any breaking news. Oh, so there's some information in the Sandra Birchmore case. Put one in the chat if you want to go over that. We talked about Karen Reed's phones. If you guys know about Karen Reed or you don't, let me know. And let me know if you want to get into that. I talked a little bit about it yesterday. We also talked this morning, if you're just joining me, we talked a little bit about Perez Hilton. And I thought Perez Hilton was very, very important because he had a manic or psychosis episode last night. And I thought it was very appropriate to this case. So we might not get all the details about that, but I was like, oh my goodness, this is quite parallel. So, and I didn't see what happened. I had heard it reported out what happened. I didn't see it. I don't want to see it. I know what happened. I heard what happened. It is very disturbing, which also lent to this case. Very disturbing. All right, I'm just going through some notes here, and then we'll talk a little bit about the Lindsay Clancy. Oh, you guys want to know who's coming up next in the Lindsay Clancy case? According to Christina Rex, she's in the courtroom. She says the medical examiner will take the stand next. The defense says that some of Lindsay Clancy's friends and her former father-in-law is expected to testify for the prosecution as well. So there you go. There's your little tidbit of nuggets that you didn't know if you stayed on. We found out. So I'm going to write that down so tomorrow morning people can understand. So the medical examiner So the medical examiner, as we know, is like a coroner who's going to come in to testify about the children and their injuries. So tomorrow's going to be very heavy. Then the former father-in-law, wonder what he's going to say. And then some friends. Ooh, this might not look good for Lindsay Clancy. Eek. All right. So there you go. You get that nugget. All right. Is there any update on Perez Hilton? Yeah, so they did go and they found him. A lot of people reported him to the police. They did and go find him. He is at a medical health facility right now, and he is being taken care of. That was what I heard. So why he had that episode, we do not know why. We do know that his children and the mother of his children, I don't know what his relationship is, they were not at home when that happened. So that is some big, big news. I did not watch it. I was actually V. Just FYI, I'm talking to V right now. V, I looked up your friends, the American crime guy, and I was on his chat last night. He was live, and he and I might have a little collaboration coming off. Just want to let you know. Thank you. Oh, he had sepsis in April. Oh, was he at a hotel? He might have been. I don't know. Yeah. So V, I will let you know. I'll keep you updated. All right. Did we have a yes for wanting to know about Sandra Birchmore? So Pink Sunset, I know you probably know about the Sandra Birchmore case. Does everybody else know about Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell? Because if not, then I need to go into just a little side quest and tell you what that's about before we get into it. Oh, Caitlin doesn't know about Sandra Birchmore. All right, Pink Sunset, let me know if I'm doing it justice. Yes, yes, more Massachusetts mess. All right. Sandra Birchmore was a teenage girl who was in the Police Explorers program in Stoughton, Massachusetts. And now Pink Sunset, if I'm wrong, I apologize. You can correct me. She was a teenager involved in the Police Explorers program. It is a program where they have young youth come in. They do training and stuff and get them all involved in police activities, push-ups. They do all of those things, physical things. Plus they take them out, show them about things to introduce them to the world of police activities. Could they potentially become a police officer, a corrections officer, what have you, kind of gets them involved in things. Plus also if you have sort of maybe a wayward teen who needs a little bit of discipline or some sort of constant in their life, right? They need a role model. Although I have to say, Sunset, you might say, that some of the police there aren't role models. She began having relationships with several police officers when she was underage. And one of them was Matthew Farwell. By the way, Matthew Farwell has a twin brother. She was having relationships with him. She was also having relationships with, and I don't know exactly this person's, hang on, let me see if I can get what his title was before I name what he is, if you know who I'm talking about. Kind of painting a picture for you. Okay, so Robert Devine served as the deputy chief of police for the Stoughton Police Department, and she had some sort of relationship with him as well. And when I say relation, yes, she was groomed. It was not a, hey, consensual relationship. It was a, hey, you're underage teenager. Let's have a relationship. Right. It's not on her. Pink Sunset said it was not a relationship on her end because she can't give consent. Absolutely. So what happened and why we're talking about Sandra Birchmore? Sandra Birchmore fell pregnant. She became pregnant. She and Matthew Farwell had many text messages with each other about her. She wanted a relationship with him in the text messages. I'm trying to like paint this picture. He was married and had children of his own. In fact, his wife was getting ready to, I think, have their third child. But he was having a relationship with her. Inappropriate a relationship. Let's call it that. Now, mind you, she's older now. Is she like 20, if I'm not mistaken? 19, 20? She fell pregnant. She thought it was his baby. She was planning for this baby. She was living in an apartment. They had a baby. They were getting ready to have a baby shower for her. She had all baby clothes, all baby stuff. She was planning for this baby. Something happened to her. She was unalived. Got to be careful what I say. She was unalived. And when the police went to go investigate, the police were the same Canton, same Canton police officers, some of which were in the Karen Reed case, some of the same troopers that were in the Karen Reed case, because she lived in Canton, if I'm not mistaken. And so when they went to go investigate this, they said that she did it. She did it to herself. By the way, that it's in the same scene that Lindsay Clancy's children, she was trying to be careful. And they said that she did it to herself. And her parents said, no, there is no way that she did it to herself. And her parents went to the authorities and said, you need to reopen this case. So I don't know exactly how the case was reopened, but we do know that another coroner took a look at the evidence and said, there is no way that she did this to herself. There is no way that possibly the way that the marks were that she could do it to herself. Now it's going to, Pink Sunset knows where I'm going. It's going to get worse because when they were investigating this case, when the troopers went to go look into her case, the Massachusetts State Police troopers, they were looking at her digital evidence, and guess what they said? There was nothing there. There was nothing there. And then they reinvestigated the case and they found over 20, I could be mistaken, 20,000 messages between her and Matthew Farwell, plus some other unsavory characters. And so just to let you know, this is a federal case. So we aren't going to be able to see this case. We're going to have to, I'll report out to you what's going on. That the feds have taken over this case, and all the tea is in the motions. So the reason what caught my eye was when we were talking about who, what, where, when, how, and why did they miss these messages. There's been a small clarification. So I just want to say what the small clarification was. So okay, so there's a misunderstanding that Trooper Garino missed all of these messages, but that apparently is not the case. It was Lieutenant Fanning who misinterpreted what Garino said. So, and I wish I could share this with you, but I can't because TikTok won't allow me to, so I have to read it to you. So let me I have to make this bigger because I can't see. It's very tiny. So here is a statement. And it's to Lieutenant Gerard Malatano from John Fanning. It's in reference to Sandra Birchmore's laptop analysis. And it says on February 4th, 2021, Trooper Dunn responded to Canton for the unaliving of Sandra. Trooper Dunn was advised by multiple sources that the victim was possibly pregnant and that she said the father of her baby was Matthew Farwell. Oh, by the way, I forgot, I let that out. She thought the father of her baby was Matthew Farwell. Well, sadly, it wasn't until her untimely passing that they found out the baby is not his. And because he has a twin brother, she was having relations with the brother. It's not the brothers. Who's the baby daddy? We don't know. We don't know. But Matthew Farwell thought it was his baby, and therefore that the prosecution in the federal case think that is one of the main reasons why he unalived her. There's also video of him going into her apartment complex mere moments before it happened, and then him leaving. There are text messages from her that says that he's coming to her house. But somehow or another, that video evidence was just like, nothing to see here. And so people were outraged, like, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. You said that she did this to herself. And then there's all this evidence that said it's Matthew Farwell. So eventually Matthew Farwell was arrested. Remember, he is or was a Stoughton police officer. So one of the controversies was, how could the troopers miss this evidence? So you say, yes, there is his DNA on the belt. That also came out in the federal papers. Pink Sunset, have you read the papers? Or just the news? Or do you listen to somebody else who said stuff? So Trooper Dunn, Keith, and I responded, Connor Keefe, by the way, who is a forensic digital expert, and I responded to wherever Canton was to retrieve Sandra's laptop and other relevant evidence. We retrieved Sandra's laptop, and we were able to use a password to gain access to the device. This device was then turned over to Nick Garino and the data collection preservation. All right, let's see where he went wrong. Over the next several weeks, I, being Trooper Fanning, analyzed data from Sandra's laptop. In particular, I was investigating any criminal conduct related to her death. Her laptop gave me access to approximately 12 months of iMessages, social media, and other documents and database. Matt and Sandra had texted thousands of times over the year and as well communicated with many other friends and family of Sandra. It was clear based on text with Matt that he and Sandra had a relationship. Okay. Sandra communicated often with her friends and family. It appeared that Sandra had a relationship with other men in the months leading up to her unaliving. There were no threats of harm by any of these individuals, including Matt. So I went away. So then what? Not too busy, just some online stuff here and there. All right, so the feds just came out with a 49-page dissertation on what they have against Matthew Farwell and what they're going to present at trial. Do you guys want to go over that? It's a lot. It's 49 pages. It's a lot. Otherwise, we could put a pin in it for the day. We can talk about where we're going to put motions in spaces for you to read on your own. So the Matthew Farwell case is huge in Massachusetts because it combines several different elements. One, it's the element of a young woman who was pregnant with a police officer's child, allegedly. So it belongs to somebody. Therefore, so just to let you know, in these papers, it says that witness number one, we were talking about DNA, is witness number one, whoever is coming out to be witness number one it turns out that's probably the father of the baby, because it said that they were, 9,000 times more likely than anybody else. So we don't know who witness number one is. That will come out in trial as to who the father of her child is. So that's one element of it, that the police said she unalived herself. She really didn't. Plus, then there's the same troopers that were involved in the Karen Reed case as far as Massachusetts State Police. And we all know that some of them aren't as honest as they should be. And then there's also there's a couple of other Canton police officers who were involved in the Karen Reed case as well. So, all right, my law lovies, there is only 10 of us on here, so I think it is time for us to go. Little Nola girl, I'm sorry. When's the trial? October. October is the trial. So that is set for trial in October. Unfortunately, we as John Q public won't be able to see it. Pink Sunset, you can go see it if you want to, but you'll have to be there live in person. You would have to go to the federal court. It's downtown. There are times where I'll do a late night live. I just have to get there. So yeah, we're going to do some special stuff we're going to ramp things up. We're going to get special things for special people on here who, interact and what have you. We're going to do some special things. I have to think about that and how to put that all together. So we're going to have some, members only things. We're going to have those who subscribe or whatever the tickety talk words are. We're going to have those. I know you have to sometimes you can do a registered user. So I just have to figure out what that is. So remember, I'm new to this space on TikTok and I need to see what my thoughts processes are and what's going to work. And then also if I'm going to have an audience, right? Because I can sit here and talk all day and I just need to make sure that, oh, you're relocated this summer. So you're no longer in Duxbury. So yes, I plan to do late night lives. I plan to do some weekend things, especially if I'm trying to cover more than one trial at the same time. I certainly can't be all day in Lindsay Clancy and then another trial's happening at the same time. So we're definitely going to have to squeeze in some extra things as they come about. If you saw my list of things that I'm covering for the month of August, it is quite extensive. Some of the things I'm just reporting out, some of them I want to do this kind of coverage, which is called gavel to gavel or talking about it. So for example, there is a hearing coming up for the Karen Reed wrongful death situation that's happening tomorrow. It's probably just like a quickie. We need to know about Sarah Grace Patrick, whether her trial is going to be happening and when that's going to happen. Sarah Grace Patrick is a teen who is being accused of unaliving her parents. And the prosecution says they have a mountain of evidence against her, and we don't know what that evidence is. Courtney Clenny is due to have a plea hearing. We want to talk about that. There's stuff about the David Burke case, Alec Murdaugh, Fraser Bohm, and then some Miles King. Oh, Pink Sunset. You have to let me know if you know about Rosemary Scapiccio and Miles King, and if you know any of that stuff and all the Michael Proctor stuff, you would probably know. So there's all of that stuff that's coming out as well, and they're hot topics. So, all right. I appreciate everyone. V, I might be sending you some messages throughout the day. So, if you can respond, that's great. If not, no worries. And that's where we're going to leave it today. So I appreciate each and every one of you. I met my goal today. Look at that. Yay! V, did you see I set that goal? I was like, what can I do? So I set the goal. Thanks to your encouragement. So I did that and we set the goal. I know. So I don't know, just really proud. Thank you so much. So we're going to see what we can do and how we can make this community better and work together. All right, so I'm going to let you guys go. I appreciate everything. And we'll see you again tomorrow morning, 8:30. And it'll be a full day tomorrow for the Lindsay Clancy case. So bye, everybody. See you soon. All right. If you're here still live with me on all the spaces, I'm going to let you go, but thank you so much for joining me. I don't know why I'm like here or there. This went weird this morning. I don't know why. But thank you so much for joining me, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching Legalese 123. If you like what you saw, please like and subscribe for more content.